Welcome, everybody, to the Guys Will Be Talking podcast, the most rotten video game podcast. Across the ring from me, I have the most rotten man that I know. Hailing from the land of Lumiere itself, we have co-host Victor.
Bonjour mon ami. Comment vas-tu? Je viens de Lumière.
And on this side of the ring, we have me, the man who mains Rouge the Bat in Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Because for some reason, they decided to make her the most vocal character in the entire game. Constantly moaning. They knew what they were doing. Your other host of this podcast, Jacob. Today, in the vein of plagiarizing older, better podcasts, we are moving on from Something Rotten and onto LFAB. That is the Let's Fight a Boss podcast, once hosted by Super Eye Patch Wolf. And this was an attempt to plagiarize the kind of intro they would do. Hey, Victor, how are you doing?
I think the plagiarize was successful.
Awesome.
We did it. We've done it.
Let's fucking go. All right. You run it through one of those, like, plagiarizing detecting machines, we're getting 100%. And that's what I'm going for.
Who needs AI?
Fuck AI. You heard it here first. No one is brave enough to say it. So, this we decided to do almost on a whim. This is the Game of the Year debate that every video game podcast will be doing this year and next year and all the years to come. But something very specific about the way we're going to do it, which is the way Let's Fight a Boss did it, is instead of just listing every game that came out this year and deciding on a top 10, we are doing it via a brutal elimination style. We have 52 games here ready to go, and we will be eliminating one by one until we have crowned the best game of the year. But also dissimilar from any other gaming podcast that you might be listening to, we are just a couple of guys who work full-time jobs and go to school. We do not have the time nor the funds to be playing every new release that comes out this year, so we will be incorporating older games that we have played for the first time this year. This is mostly me. I'm looking at our list, and I've got so many fucking old games because I went on a big PS2 and PS Vita kick this year.
Point is, this is our top 2025. It isn't the game's objective existing in the universe that came out on 2025, the best that came out. It is our experiences of gaming 2025.
But our experiences are objective, so this is the objective best games of 2025 list.
Yes.
How do you want to do this? Let's list all our 52 games.
1000X Resist, a game about digging a hole, Ape Escape 3, Ark Raiders, Avowed, Backpack Hero, Battlefield 6, Borderlands 4, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, Dokapon Kingdom, Elden Ring Nightreign, Evolution Skateboarding, Fields of Mistria, Gods Will Be Watching, Going Under, Hades 2, Hollow Knight Silksong, 100 Line Last Defense Academy, Ico, Indika, Lies of P Overture, Mage Arena, Megabonk, Metal Gear Acid, and Metal Gear Solid 2. Take it away.
Monster Hunter Wilds, Onimusha Warlords, Peak, Persona 3 Portable, Pizza Deathlivery, RV There Yet, Samurai Western, Shadow of the Colossus, Shogun Showdown, Sonic Racing Crossworlds, Sonic Rumble, Split Fiction, SSX Tricky, Super Mega Baseball 3, Tearaway, Tekken 8, The Finals, The Last Ori Crew, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, Town to City, UFO 50, Uma Musume, Uncharted Golden Abyss, Unfinished Swan, Wordplay, and Zombieville 3D. I really wanted to purposefully mispronounce Uma Musume the way they did it in the Game Awards, but I don't know. I didn't
How
want
did
to
they
get into that.
how did they mispronounce it? I didn't. I kind of skipped through it.
I don't even remember. It was like Uma
Masumi.
Yeah, basically.
I appreciate the fact that we have less and less games that start by D. I don't know. We have only 2, and it feels like there aren't that many games that are like that anymore. That doesn't mean that the naming convention is getting better. There are some egregious examples in the list, but not many.
Yeah.
All right. Do we do the special mentions?
Yeah. So there are definitely there's more games that we've played this year, but this is the list of games that we've felt that we've played enough of to like satisfyingly rank. And some of these games I've played for significantly less time that are on this list than the games that I've chosen to save for next year. But like I've played enough of them that my opinion on them is firmly solidified. Whereas the games I'm saving, like I still need to give more time, and I'm assuming you have gone in with the same mentality.
Yeah, pretty much. I only have one special mention, and that is Mario and Luigi Brothership.
Oh.
Yeah. Actually, fuck that. No, I'm not going to special mention it because for one, this game is shit. I hate. It's a Mario and Luigi game RPG, and I'm a big fan of Brothers Inside Story. And Brothership is an insipid game. And you know what? It's so insipid and forgettable. I'm not even sure I played it in 2025. So fuck it. I'm mentioning it here so that if a Mario and Luigi game RPG sounds like you would enjoy it, then go play Brothers Inside Story.
It sounds like we actually have 53 games on this list, because that seemed like a pretty solidified opinion.
Alright, sure, fuck it, I had it. I'm not even sure I've played it in 2025. But
didn't it come out this year?
Fuck, it might have.
Because I was gonna offer Sacrificial Lamb as the definitive worst game of 2025, but if you want to give that to Mario and Luigi Brothership, you know, I'm happy with my Sacrificial Lamb being the official second worst game of 2025.
It came out in November 7, 2024. I'm pretty sure I haven't played it at launch. It falls into 2025, I'm afraid. Alright, Mario and Luigi Brothership.
The worst game of 2025. The thing I forgot to mention in how we differ from every other video game podcast, and this game being our definitive worst game of 2025 just kind of solidifies his points. Neither of us are Nintendo guys, at least not modern Nintendo guys, and we have just put the single Nintendo game on this list as the worst game. As the definitive worst game of 2025 is Mario and Luigi Brothership, the one Nintendo game that appears on this list. And you know what? That is official. That is canon.
What's really ironic about this is that there wouldn't even be a Nintendo game that's at the very bottom of the list if I didn't enjoy in the first place the Nintendo game Mario and Luigi in Brothers Inside Story. Like, I wouldn't even have played this game. I wouldn't have been like with my sister, think about how this game we used to play when we were kids on our DS, how cool it was and shit. Let's do it again on the Switch with this new entry. And then it was shit. So there it is, Nintendo. Fuck you.
Wow, every other video game podcasts will give like the Nintendo pity spot. You know, in the Min-Max 210s, like their 20th spot is always like the Mario game of that year. But, you know, we're not like them. Fuck you, Mario and Luigi Brothership.
Yep. We haven't even played Bonanza.
I'm not buying a Switch 2. Are you insane?
Yeah, exactly. We have a full. We have fucking work that. I mean, I'm not getting paid much. I'm not buying a fucking Switch 2 to then use my time and money on other Switch games. Do you think we've lost like half of our viewership on that?
Well, I'm sure that this next take is going to be much more well regarded. You know, this is going to be significantly less controversial. The
wait,
game.
Before we go on the next game, do you have like your special mentions? Because I kinda assumed it would be you know, my energy would be that, but we've gotten
Man,
right.
I do, but I want to carry this. I want to carry this energy. You know. So
all right, fuck
you
it.
know
We both.
what I was originally going to list as the worst game of 2025, my sacrificial lamb is Battlefield 6. Fuck this game. Fuck this game. It doesn't work.
Fuck?
This is the biggest collective gaslighting of all time. Anyone saying like Battlefield 6 fucking rules, you're fucking lying. It doesn't fucking work. So I refunded this game on Steam twice. The first time was because despite having really good hardware, my game just was not running. It was doing some weird stuff. And, you know, I was going into training mode to see like what my FPS was in there, and it was running fine. But, you know, comparing like a small room where you're in just like a firing range to like the big expansive conquest maps is not going to be a good indication of performance. So I had refunded it, but I'd been kind of thinking like some of these things were really weird that were wrong. Like they didn't read as system performance, they read as like network latency. So I had done some research, and a lot of people were like, no, don't worry. It's not that the game isn't running on your computer. It's that EA's servers aren't working. So, you know, just play Team Deathmatch. And so because I was so fucking curious and I needed to fucking know, and I had only registered about 45 minutes of playtime on Steam before I had refunded it the first time, and I still had the money in my Steam account from the refund, I fucking bought it again, downloaded it again, and tried to go into Conquest. Servers still weren't working. It was the same exact issues. And then I went into Team Deathmatch, and the game was fucking working. Mostly. It would still occasionally dip into the same kind of weird stuff that was happening. So a lot of it was like I'd stop moving, but my character would kind of drift forward. I'd aim down sights, and it would kind of be in slow motion during that. And these things read as network latency to me. You know, I'm not an engineer, but like I've never had a game lag like that when it was because my computer wasn't up to snuff for it. So, you know, sure, I could play Team Deathmatch and be mostly fine, but this is a fucking Battlefield game. That's not what I want to fucking play. I want to play Conquest. I want to play Rush. Like, these modes are the Battlefield modes, and if you just can't play those because their servers aren't working, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. Maybe EA's servers have gotten better. This was in the first couple weeks of the game being out before I refunded it a second time. I basically just kept trying to play Conquest enough until I got just up to 2 hours of playtime on Steam before I could refund it. But, you know, the game might be perfectly functional now. It could be the best game ever made, but I don't care because it wasn't fucking working, and I'm disappointed. And so Battlefield 6 is the second worst game of 2025.
I love it when millions-dollar games are just don't work. Mm-hmm. It's great.
It's so good. Yeah. So 2025 has been kind of my breaking point of being a doomer about modern AAA gaming. I've been like holding out, you know, doomerism among modern gaming has been spreading for years and years. And for so long, I've been like, shut up, just go play Lies of P. Shut up, play like a good game. Like, obviously, modern fucking Call of Duty sucks. But now it's like, it feels like it's everything. Part of what I'm loving so much about Metal Gear Solid Delta, even though like I haven't played enough of it to feel comfortable with it being on this list, is that it is a modern UE5 game. And sure, it is like a remake of an old ass game, but you know, it's got all the UE5 tech, it's got all the modern graphics and everything, and it just fucking works. Like when I booted that game up and it just worked, I was blown away, like honestly. um and so you see that a lot in this list. A lot of the games I've added are like PS2 games, PSP games, PS Vita games, because I've kind of like finally hit that point of being a doomer about modern games in some ways, because like modern AAA games come out and they don't fucking work and they're Ubisoft sandboxes and they're whatever. And even modern indie games, I'm hitting a doomer point of, because every fucking indie game now is a roguelike or a Metroidvania, and I fucking hate roguelikes and Metroidvanias. So it's, you know,
I was about to say that you're being a doomer, but about triple A's, modern gaming indie is always a solid thing. But I guess we'll get into that more later on.
Yeah, you know,
and surely Battlefield 6 is the only AAA game that doesn't work technically in this list.
Yeah, there's definitely not going to be several other AAA games that really blew it.
Yeah.
Now for some more positive stuff. So some games that I have been playing that I would really love to talk about, I just haven't really gotten around to giving enough time to fully solidify an opinion on. Death Stranding 2 is a game that I have definitely played for more time than even some games that I fully completed that are on this list, but you know, it is an infinitely long kind of game, and I just don't feel like I've given it enough of a shot. It kind of came out at a time where I was only having like 40 minutes of free time to give a gaming session, and with a game like Death Stranding 2, there's no guarantee a 40-minute session is going to be playing a game. It's going to be watching a cutscene most of the time. And so I just kind of wasn't ready for it. I did really like what I had played / what I had watched, but I wasn't in the right headspace for it. And then when I ended up being in the right headspace for that kind of thing, I was playing Metal Gear Solid 2, because I was on my PS2 kick. Another one, similar vein, Metal Gear Solid Delta. I literally just started that like last week, and I'm really loving it so far, but have not had the time to really give it my all. That's about it. I literally started Gravity Rush yesterday. That's a cool game. Have only played like 30 minutes of it, so I do not have a solid opinion to deliver here. But other than that, everything I've played that is on this list, I have a pretty firm opinion on. Maybe not Persona 3, because I'm still working on that. But like, it's solidified enough that I'm comfortable with it being here. So, all right. So it's your turn to eliminate one. If you have something to eliminate this early, go for it. If not, I have, I'm feeling nice. I have some things I'm ready to sacrifice.
Look, I'll be honest, I don't know a single thing about most of the new games you've played this year, so I'll take any sacrifice you have for me.
All right. So our next game to be eliminated is going to be Pizza Deathlivery. So piggybacking off of the doomerism of modern indie games even is the third genre that I did not list of what every fucking indie game is now, is the friend swap genre. There are some friend swap games I really fucking love. One of them is on this list also. But any of the games in the Lethal Company type mode, I fucking hate these games. The whole point of friend swap games is that you're supposed to just hang out with your friends. You know, it's funny that you're in proximity chat and your voice can change depending on what's happening. It's funny hearing your friend die in a horrible way to some horrifying monster. But where these games really take it out for me is that, like, both in Lethal Company and Pizza Deathlivery, which is basically a reverse Lethal Company, because you're, instead of gathering scrap to bring back to your ship, you're delivering pizzas to residents of this haunted town, is that you have all these scary monsters that will just insta-kill you, and then you're just out. And it's like, the point of these games, the reason they can get away with not having like in-depth gameplay or anything really that interesting to actually do, is the hanging out with your friends aspect of it. But when these monsters come and they kill you, it's like you're hanging out in a room with all your friends and you're suddenly being kicked out of the room and made to watch them have fun without you through a one-sided mirror.
Oof.
So the Pizza Deathlivery does this horribly, and I fucking hate this game. I think this was made by like one guy, and I'm really sorry to that guy, but I hate your game. I'm sorry.
Damn. It's a shame because like it sounds like a pizza delivery game in a haunted town is a really strong concept with proximity chat with your friends. Like, for some reason, it makes me think of how you would organize a mission in Payday 2. I don't know why I think of this one in particular. I guess it's because you're hanging out with your friends in a urban area. But yeah, what you described doesn't sound like a great time. Shame.
I think, I think that's a big issue with a lot of these friend swap games, is they're really like great conceptually, but in practice, they just fall flat for me, like right away.
I've never tried Lethal Company. You think we should play it?
Fuck no, I'm not playing that game.
Okay. All right. Pizza Delivery is our 51st worst game of the year. I mean, best.
Yeah. So now it's my turn, and I'm gonna offer another friend swap game, which is Mage Arena. This, once again, continuing the fantastic fucking idea conceptually with horrible execution. Mage Arena is another proximity chat game, but this is like a team-based PvP game, which to me sounded awesome. And the whole point of the proximity chat is that you are actually saying the spells you're casting. So you'll pick up like a grimoire and it'll have a selection of spells you can cast. And it's simple. It's like fireball, lightning bolt, like just shit like that. And that is really a fun concept, but they just, I don't know, they didn't finish this game. I like, like, this is a PvP game where we were playing, I was playing again, this and Pizza Deathlivery, I was playing with our friend Lincoln, who composed the intro to this episode. And like, we were just stuck in this one match for like 30 something minutes. There was no ending in sight. It wasn't really clear what the objective was. Like, we were just kind of eliminating each other back and forth. The people we were playing against were calling us slurs the entire time. And yeah, it turns out strangers don't belong in friend slop games. It's a friend slop game. It's not a stranger slop game. Because when you interact with strangers on voice chat, you just get called slurs. And the game wasn't even good enough to make that be a tolerable aspect of it. So this is another game that I'm pretty sure was made by one guy, and I'm really sorry, but I hate your game, guy.
Damn. Well, I am actually shocked that the 4 first games are 2025 games, just because of the value of, like, if I'm buying a game that came out the same year, I'm going to assume that it's really something that's appealing to me, you know? Like, and considering you've been playing through tons of PS2 games, I was like, I mean, the it's not about like hating on PS2 games or whatever. It's just like they're not all going to be gems if all you're doing is a nostalgia run or whatever. And yet we are the bottom two are two triple A's, and the top two and the two after that are indie games of this year. All right.
I mean, I think there's a very clear dichotomy too with that kind of thing. Pizza Deathlivery and Mage Arena were games I wouldn't have just picked up on my own, but it was like, Lincoln and I have scheduled nights that we play together every week, and sometimes we're in between stuff and we're wondering what the hell to play next. So both of these games were like games we were just trying out mostly. He actually, because he knows how much I hate friend swap games of the Lethal Company Oeuvre, I don't know how you pronounce that. He bought me Pizza Deathlivery as a gift on Steam, and we had to find out how to refund Steam gifts. So, because we both hated it. It wasn't just me. I wasn't just the asshole in this situation, I think. So
fuck.
Yeah, both of these games were games that I hated at the very least. I'm pretty sure we both hated them. And the other thing too is a lot of my PS2 games, almost all of them I think aren't even nostalgia grabs. I was a weird fucking kid. I only played like licensed games. I wouldn't to me the lineage of my experience as a gamer was very much like in the PS2 area, video games were toys, and I didn't find a game that convinced me that games were art until the PS3.
Damn, interesting.
So, a lot of the games I played on PS2 this year were just kind of games that I missed back then and that I kind of wish I had played back then. And some I'm glad I didn't play back then because I would be a much more annoying person if I had, because they would have defined my personality. But
what kind of game?
We'll get to that.
We'll
get there. We'll get there.
Oh, I'm pumped. Okay, question, Jacob. This is my turn to take a game.
Yeah.
Okay, this isn't a bit. Okay, I've just looked at the list, and I saw a game that I didn't know what it was, and I saw that it was a new game of this year, and this is a Sonic game. What the fuck is Sonic Rumble? What is that? I'm not doing a bit. What is that game?
I'm not ready to eliminate Sonic Rumble yet.
Okay.
I wanna like talk more in depth about it when we actually get to the elimination point of it. But just to like so you know what it is, this is a Sonic themed Fall Guys ripoff.
What? Okay.
And yet I'm not ready to eliminate it.
I mean it sounds like a, I'm not going to say good pitch, but at least I'm intrigued. Okay. Look, do you have other games that you feel like letting go of? Because I don't have any game of mine that I feel strongly about getting rid of, honestly.
I have at least one more game that I think is just bad. Like no, not many redeeming qualities to it.
All right.
So I can offer it.
Okay.
So
go for it.
This is Evolution Skateboarding. This is a PS2 game. I, similarly to being on a PS2 kick, I was also on a skateboarding game kick this year. Right before I got my new PS2, because my old one was broken. I had been playing just a shit ton of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1+2 remake. Which I would love to put on this list, but this was like the 400th time that I've gone on a deep dive on that game. I fucking love that game. I love the Tony Hawk games. I played some of Pro Skater 3 and 4 for the first time this year, but I just didn't play enough of them to be super comfortable putting them on this list. Evolution Skateboarding is one that I did basically finish. This is a Konami game that it's weird. I don't even know how to describe it. Like Skate hadn't come out yet, like the EA game, but this kind of feels like a weird in between of like the Pro Skater games and Skate in how in their design philosophy on like how you should be tricking and everything. The appeal of this game is that it is a skateboarding game with like a boss battle that's like a giant spider in a castle. One of the first levels, if not the first level, is the plant from Metal Gear Solid 2, and you can unlock Raiden as a skater.
How old is this game again?
This is on the PS2. I think this is early ass PS2 as well.
All right.
So if I don't know exactly when it came out, but like Metal Gear Solid 2 came out in 2001. I'm assuming this came out after that. So this is probably like a 2002 game.
Right.
The appeal of it is literally just skating around as Raiden on the big plant, which, you know, it's a really great novelty for like 15 minutes, but the game is ass. It controls so bad. I did not think I would even be able to roll credits on this thing, but I pushed through to unlock Raiden, and that was it.
You sent me a picture of the Raiden, and I can confirm that it is actually red.
That part was such a vibe. This game would have been like between Battlefield 6 and Pizza Deathlivery if it wasn't for the 15 minutes of euphoria I felt skating as Raiden around the big plant. Or the big shell, sorry.
Right. Well, gaming moment right there.
Yup, that's what it's all about.
I say, XXX Tricky.
That game is so fucking good that ain't going anytime soon.
What the fuck? Wait. Oh! Wait, which one were you talking about then?
I was talking about Evolution Skateboarding.
For some reason, I was looking through as you were talking, I was looking through the list of games because I missed you telling the title, and so I assumed that it was, it's a skateboarding game. Yeah, of course, it's SSX Tricky.
No, SSX Tricky is a snowboarding game, thank you. They're very different.
I mean, true. Okay, so Evolution Skateboarding is at 49. This is your turn now, right?
It is my turn, but I'm gonna start poking at you.
Okay.
How are we feeling about Hollow Knight Silksong?
What?
That was a joke. How are we feeling about totally accurate battle simulator?
Meh. I'm feeling meh. It's a cool concept and it's well enough executed, but I have some gripes with it. I can let go of Totally Accurate Battle Simulator here.
Okay. Yeah, I just picked that one because like I've never heard you talk about this game.
I was going through a bit of a phase of like wanting to have something to interact with while I eat or listen to a podcast. And it led me to try out some games I wouldn't have tried before. And I was like, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, yeah, sure. Like, I've been I'm a kid that's been playing a lot of Flash games when they were little. Like, I wasn't allowed to have a PS3 or a Xbox, or to buy games on PC. And so because that way my parents made sure I didn't play anything violent. Anyway, I discovered the internet and the free games there was. Maybe not the best move. Some of the most horrendous, offending shit.
I've never played a more violent game than what I was playing at like 10 years old on addictinggames.com, for sure.
Yeah, pretty much. And there were some tower defenses, and there were some like silly games where like you would just put units and stuff, I guess, and stuff would happen. And I've always kind of liked strategy games, and I was like, yeah, sure, fuck it. Let's watch some guys kill each other on Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. So if you haven't seen this game, like There have been some. It was hot for a while. I think there were some clips here and there that were being shared. It's basically a physics-based battle simulator where you put a bunch of units. Like you can go into full simulator mode where you have no limit and you put 10,000 mammoths versus 1,000 clubmen from the Ice Age, or you can just put them against riflemen of the modern age. Fuck it, like you have all of the different ages, different siege units and whatever, and they throw themselves at each other, and it's funny, and you can put slow motion and stuff. There is a bit more to this game. There is a campaign mode where like you have a certain amount of points that you can spend on units, and you need to beat a certain formation of another unit. So it makes you think strategically and makes you kind of discover where units are strong and not so strong. Where it started falling off for me was when I wanted to do stuff like, okay, now I want to do some like guys up on a top hill defending themselves against waves of enemies, like having some sort of siege thing and seeing how many people can get massacred or something. And there are two problems. The first problem is that when you start having, I mentioned like a 1000 or something earlier, but no, it's a physics-based game, meaning that starting 200, and I have a really good PC, starting 200 PC, units, your PC will start lagging. Starting, I mean, it depends on which unit, but around 200, 500 is the limit. And also, there isn't a really well, like, verticality handled. Like, for example, if you have riflemen on top of a tower or something, and there are enemy units down there, they will not aim down and hold their ground and shoot. They will get down from their position or do other messy stuff. So it means that all you can really do is like full-on clashes, and it gets a bit boring after some time. I got some good enjoyment out of this game. I think it's a funny game to mess around with, but I don't have any height that justifies it from going further than that, I guess. I don't hate it. I think this game is fine. I wish it was a little bit better around some other edges.
For sure. I think we're at the point. I mean, there's certainly games that I do think are like bad or that I dislike, but like there's something about them that kind of endear them to me.
Mm-hmm.
that are further on, but I do think we're kind of in that meh section.
Yeah, like just to be clear, like it's not like, to me, I will prefer a game that is heavily flawed but has some things to it that are at least interesting than a game that is fine overall, even if literally no flaws. But that's not a natural thing to me. Like, if your game doesn't evoke me anything, then that is in itself a quote unquote a flaw that will bring it down this list.
For sure. So at number 48, we have Totally Accurate Battle Simulator.
So it's your turn. No, it's my turn actually.
It's
right?
your turn. Mm-hmm.
So I gave you this time. I gave you it. So now it's my turn. So I don't think it will land here, but I want your vibe check on Town to City, because I've been interested in playing that game for myself.
Town to City is a game that I completely fell off of, in like the sense that I have basically no desire to go back to it. But while I was playing it, I was like in love with it until I hit that point, basically. So I'm not really ready for it yet.
Right.
I think it's a phenomenal game.
All right. Then
I'll just
let's talk about it when the time comes.
Okay.
What is Terraway?
If you need a sacrifice one, I can offer one. Terraway's not ready yet. Terraway's a cool ass game.
Okay. It's more like I'm curious. Like I will go through the games that I don't know, and I want your vibe check a bit on each one. Like I want to situate myself where we are at right now. Okay. Maybe not everyone, okay, but just a few more. The Last Ori Crew? Vibe check?
Last Ori Crew is not long for this world, but I do have another that I would eliminate before it.
Okay, and actually, no, there isn't that many more that I don't know anything about. Give me your sacrifice. Your sacrifice. I'll take it.
All right, my sacrifice now is going to be Backpack Hero. So
Nice.
this is a really cute little game. I think there's a lot that this game has going for it, but this is kind of where the like pain of being in the meh area comes in. So this really appealed to me. It is essentially like uh almost like a Slay the Spire type dungeon crawling roguelike where instead of like sorting through cards, you are sorting through a backpack like Resident Evil 4 style. So the way the inventory management works in RE4 and like the different Resident Evil games that carried that on, you are like trying to slot items into your backpack to make them fit, and then you are basically expending them in the turn-based combat. And it's a really cool game. It's just, this is not going to be the last time you hear me say this on this episode. It's a roguelike game. And that is really the unfortunate thing for me, is I just do not care for roguelikes. So as cool as this game could be, it just did not hold my attention because I do not fall into that roguelike loop very much.
Right. How do you attack people?
The items basically have different attributes to them. Honestly, I played this in like February, so my memory of it is not super solid. I just know that I have that like kind of meh feeling about it. I was really excited to play it. But the roguelike aspect of it just kind of fell flat for me.
All right. Well, Backpack Hero is at number 47.
And at number 46, we have The Last Ori Crew.
It was not long for this world. Okay, what is this game?
World. This is a Eurojank Souls-like game that is just so fucking bad, but it's so bad in ways that I love so much. So I played this game co-op with Lincoln, our composer, once again. And it's everything about the design of this game is completely baffling in terms of its combat, how it apes the Souls-like formula.
Hold on. That fucking game?
Yeah.
Oh! Okay, I recognize it from one of Iron Pineapple's videos.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how Lincoln found out about it, was an Iron Pineapple video, and he pitched it to me for us to play it together. We played this game. We did 2 runs. We did 2 playthroughs of this game because there are 3 possible endings, because it is like a faction-based thing. I don't have a lot to say about this game. One of the factions you can side with is a revolution of rat people that they call the Ratvolution. When you join them, they call you their Brather. And this is one of those weird BioShock Infinite kind of stories where they're revolutionary slaves, but they're just as bad as their slavers because they're killing innocent people. It's kind of one of those like shit ass stories, but there's just something about it that's so good. One of the so the factions are the Ratvolution. There's the weird white people whose names I don't remember, and then there's like the synthetic like zombie people who are led by Big Ilvar, who is like this guy who has also come to this planet alongside you and is basically, he's like the capitalist who is just trying to take advantage of the war. And there's so many things in this game that like get so close to being really interesting, like unironically. There's some parts where you're going through the map of the game and you can see places that you will go in the future off in the distance, and that always really works for me. But like the game is just so fucking bad. Like everything about it is terrible, but I love it. It's so good. It's like The Room of video games. Like it truly is like The Room. the fucking Tommy Wiseau movie, in the sense that it's like it almost gets to something, but the fact that it's failing so hard to get there makes it so funny and so enjoyable. And then the after credits scene is a big Ilvar themed rap, and it's amazing. Like, Lincoln and I finished the game, going the Ratvolution path, and then we hit that after credits scene with the big Ilvar rap, and we knew immediately we needed to start a new game plus and do the fucking big Ilvar path.
Wow. Okay.
Please look up the big Ilvar rap and tell me that this doesn't feel like it's the best game that's ever been made.
Okay, question. Do you think what you enjoy, what you love about this game was intentional on the part of the creator?
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah,
I mean, the big Ilvar rap was obviously supposed to be funny, but I do think this game was meant to be serious. You know, I think they were taking themselves very seriously in a similar way to Tommy Wiseau, who may claim now that he made the movie intentionally to be funny for being so bad. That's a fucking lie, Tommy. We all know that's a lie. And so Lincoln and I joined the Last Ori Crew Discord server. So that is like literally, that is adding to my assumption that there was no irony involved in the development of this game. This is a great game, 10 out of 10. It is also number 46 on our list of the top games of 2025.
I can't believe the Last Ori Crew beat Battlefield 6.
Oh, the Last Ori Crew is way worse than Battlefield 6, but it's way better.
Incredible. All right. Nice.
All right, so it's your turn now. Do you have anything that jumps out to you?
How do you feel about digging holes?
Oh, that game is so fucking good. There's no way.
Okay, I wanted a wipe check. Oh, that's funny, but no, not now. No, I will do the funny later.
What's the funny? What's the funny? I want to know.
You want to know what's the funny?
Yeah.
That we are guys that will be talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not ready for that one yet.
Yeah, me neither.
I do have not a sacrifice because we both played this game, but a thing that I want your vibe check on.
Okay.
Borderlands 4.
Do you think it's a bit too early? Like, okay. Let me get your vibe check on other things first.
Before you do that, in my personal ranking, that it's here. It's immediately after the Last Ori Crew.
I feel like I know why it is not here for me yet. Let's just talk about it for a bit. So, Borderlands 4, I think the reason why I'm not ready to let it go yet is simply because, for me, the game runs well, very well even. And
did it always run well, or just after those updates?
No, it always ran well. But I use frame generation. I have a good setup that I use for Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, I have a really good gaming PC that I've updated really recently. So it's like, it's not like a beast with a 4000 RX or whatever. It's like, it's got a 7800 XT, which is a really good AMD graphic card, but we are not like top of the shelf. We are getting close to the top shelf. And like, yeah, I didn't have technical problems with this game, and the shooting and playing a new Borderlands game again, and being excited for a while, felt good to me. So that's why it's not going down yet, unless this is the only one left. What is going under?
Going under is what I have immediately above Borderlands 4 on my personal list. So if you feel strongly about saving Borderlands 4, then I am willing to offer going under right now.
Yeah, I don't see anything else that's piquing me and my interest in this way. All right, tell me about Going Under.
Going Under is the first game by Aggro Crab, the developer who made Another Crab's Treasure, a game I very much love, and Peak, which came out this year, a game I very much love. Um, and I had played it a little bit before 2025, but really dove into it for real after Peak came out and feeling obligated to, play every game by Aggro Crab. Because
Mm-hmm.
Another Crab's Treasure was my GOTY 2024, is I believe it came out last year.
Mm-hmm.
And Peak, I fucking love. Going Under, we're bringing it back. It's a roguelike, so it falls flat for me. The thing is, like, it's not even just that it is a roguelike, it's that I feel like for a roguelike to work, the gameplay has to be so fun that you're willing to just do it all the time and have no progression. Going Under's gameplay is kind of ass. I'm sorry, Aggro Crab. I love you so, so, so much. Going Under is not fun to play. It is a build based game first, second to second gameplay second, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some cool builds you can do. The theming of it is really cool. It is essentially a game where you are going into these dungeons that are all themed around like apps. Like this is like you're in a Silicon Valley kind of workplace. The art style is very much the vapid fake diversity art style that corporations like in the real world use, where like,
Yeah,
people are
the,
orange and purple and green and they all look vaguely homogenous, so like
the same things, the same art style there is on my online formation for developer. Yeah,
yeah, so
I can recognize it. I'm watching videos of it right now. I dig that art style really much.
the art style is great. I mean, I love so much about this game except for playing it, which is which is my issue. I did not finish the game. I got to the point where it's kind of like a multiple roguelikes, in the sense that there are a bunch of dungeons you dive back into, and then when you complete that dungeon there's another roguelike dungeon you can go into. I got to the point where I had done all the dungeons, fought the fake out final boss, and then the game is like, okay, now you have to do the hard version of the dungeons to get the real ending. And when I got there,
mm,
I was just out, because
yeah.
it's a roguelike. I was kind of forcing myself to go through it already. I couldn't imagine going
Do
through the
you
harder versions of the dungeons.
do you think the highs of Going Under are higher than the highs of Borderlands 4?
No.
I was going to say that, like, honestly, I dig the idea of like I dig that this game exists. Like I didn't heard of it before, and now I'm looking at it and I'm like, damn, it's really well made, and I like that it's happening in a startup and it's imitating this, this art style and those fucking things that I hate so much these days because it's literally part of my everyday. And but it is a we said it in the intro. It is a top about our experiences, and
Mhm.
it be like that.
Here is
Unfortunately,
here
hmm
is what I would argue about it, though, is I respect Going Under infinitely more than I respect Borderlands 4. I respect the creativity of Going Under infinitely more than Borderlands 4. I respect the design philosophy infinitely more than Borderlands 4. I had so much more fun playing Borderlands 4 for, parts of it, but Borderlands 4 is like a game that would be made by one of the shit companies that Going Under is parodying.
But Jacob, as we've established, Battlefield 6 was the only AAA game that's not working at launch, right?
Yeah. Also,
oh wait, no. Borderlands 4 is a fucking pile of shit technically. Yeah, no, it's going down.
Okay. I'm stoked for that.
Borderlands 4 is going under.
Borderlands 4 is going under. Let's fucking go. Do you want to talk on Borderlands 4 since you seem to have at least more positive feelings about it, and then I can shit on all of them?
Yeah, honestly, because here's the thing though. You finished the game, I haven't. That's the thing too. I really enjoyed for a while. I enjoyed the beginning of Borderlands 4 because we were out. It felt like at this time from the Borderlands 2 and 3 and 1 timeline with all of its characters, and how much I mean I love those characters, but Borderlands 3 ruined everything, and I was glad that we were going away. I was glad that the cast felt fresh. I love their design. I love Vex, big edgy girl. Love that. I don't know. It's when the game introduced its weapon systems where they are from different fabricants and then they can have some attachments, and they introduced the Steam Pack system where you don't you can heal yourself every such time, and there are actual items that have rarity, and they introduced the grenade system, which now have a cooldowns too, and that means they can balance certain types of grenade that couldn't be balanced before because they had no cooldown, only a limited quantity. And they introduced throwing knives, and I was like, fuck, why was this not here before? It's awesome, right? Just a great first few hours, and then we started playing it together. Like I started playing with you the new Borderlands game, and it was a co-op, and it was fun. Playing with you in co-op, kinda like we were playing every week a session of 1 or 2 hours. It's not Borderlands isn't the kind of game where you're supposed to play that little. I wasn't getting that much from the co-op experience after a while. I was getting a much more just rambling with you about stuff. And I like games that are like that you can just ramble about stuff while playing and putting your brain aside for a bit. But then I started playing on my own, and I put my brain aside again and put some podcasts as I was blasting through some enemies that were getting more and more repetitive, and I played more of the story, which it ended up returning to the old characters, and it just wasn't good on its own, good or interesting or whatever. And even the weapons, which are supposed to be the big Borderlands thing, where like every time you get new weapons that you never get before or whatever, for some reason, the fact that I was leveling up so fast that I felt like I needed to replace my weapons every so often, like it seems counterintuitive, because that means I change weapons a lot more, but it was getting to the annoying point. It was just getting annoying, and I wasn't getting something from trying out every single possible weapon. In fact, it made me even more tired of getting new weapons, simply because, well, once you try out a lot at a high rate, there is only so much surprise and innovation you can get. It's the opposite that you want to happen in a game. You want the player to fall in love with the repetitive act of getting comfortable with something, I would argue at some point. And Borderlands 4 somehow managed to hit the opposite of that, which I'd never experienced, I guess, before. And I just stopped playing. I wanted to try out other characters, but I couldn't imagine myself trying out another character without a cheat save file.
Yeah.
And that's a bad sign.
Yeah, even Borderlands 3, I played every character to max level. Even Borderlands 3.
Fuck, that's a
And
statement.
I felt the only reason I played 2 characters is because I was playing with you and I was playing with Lincoln. I felt no desire to start another playthrough to try out the other characters.
It's hard to put into words just what exactly is wrong with this game, because I think some actual subquests are kind of funny. I think, in theory, this game should be better in every way over Borderlands 3. And yet, I don't know.
Here's my question for you, and this will answer why you might not have those words. Have you played Destiny?
No.
Borderlands 4 is fucking Destiny 3. So, Borderlands 4 has a lot of promise right away. So, the first few sessions, even though the game was not fucking working for me at all, I do have a very similar build to Victor, though I do not fuck with the frame gen stuff because I cannot be asked to do that. The game was barely working, but I was really excited about all these new gameplay implementations. I was excited about, like we said, the kind of fresh start that it felt like we were getting with a new planet, with a new set of characters. And I recognized that all these new mechanics were Destiny mechanics. But I was kind of excited because those mechanics are good. And so I thought, it makes sense to incorporate Destiny mechanics, which Destiny was already a Borderlands ripoff, basically. And they'd made some genuine innovations to the way, like, your character's toolset works. And so for Borderlands 4 to just ape that back, it made a lot of sense to me. I was excited to play Destiny mechanics in a Borderlands game. Borderlands 4 is not a Borderlands game. It is a Destiny game. This is my biggest issue with it. Everything is the safest possible slop you could possibly add to a game. The missions are repetitive. The enemies are not varied whatsoever. The loot is very minor. At some point, like, you hit these milestones with the loot where suddenly they're able to do way more crazy shit. And those milestones feel really good, but then you settle into this point where, like, you're literally looking for a gun that does 1 more damage than the gun you're using. And that is very much the Destiny thing. And the story is the most slop bullshit possible. We reintegrate all of the characters from Borderlands 3 and before. I think what happened really is that Borderlands 3 was cringe, but they were doing something with Borderlands 3. That was a game that they made, that they thought about what they were going to do, and it may have missed, but they swung. And everyone hated it because it was so cringe. And so what did they decide to do? They made the blandest fucking game possible. And at first it was kind of cool. Like, the Timekeeper seemed like a really cool, promising villain. It was cool to have a serious villain for, like, basically the first time in Borderlands. I mean, the villain of, like, the pre-sequel was kind of serious too, but the pre-sequel was a very goofy game. Borderlands 4 seemed to be taking itself way more seriously, and that was, like, an interesting move for the series to take. But as you go on, what you realize is that it isn't just that it's trying to be serious, it's just trying to be nothing. All of the villains, because this is set up like fucking Far Cry 5, essentially, is you have these different regions of the map that are all controlled by a central villain who are all working for the Timekeeper, and all of them have no personality. They say the exact same shit. They won't shut the fuck up about ascending. They're like, you don't understand. I needed to do this to ascend. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then you find out what ascending means, and it's fucking stupid. It's literally just like going up a fucking tower and being like chill with the Timekeeper. This game fucking sucks. And spoilers.
Do it.
Oh my god, I don't even know. I've lost my train of thought. I'm so upset about Borderlands 4. I fucking hate this game. I hate this game so much.
I knew. I think I understood. Like I basically got the message of what this game was going to be when we both finished the boss of the ice zone and we saw the cinematics afterward, where a character we thought was dead showed up and became the Joker. And it was fucking lame.
Yeah.
Like, it was just fucking lame. Not even cringe, just lame.
It was cringe, and he continues to be cringe for the rest of the fucking game. So, the Timekeeper... No, I don't even want to go there. I don't know. I don't think I can even say much more about this game because I don't have a collected enough...
you are plenty collected. Don't worry. There is more than enough here. For Borderlands 4 to go under, going under, I think.
Borderlands 4 fucking sucks. If I was going based on my passion of dislike, this would be the third worst game this year. But I do have to look at it objectively and acknowledge that of the 60-something hours I put into this game, I had a lot of fun for at least 10 of them. Maybe even 20. But I just think the negatives so far outweigh any positives that I could give to this game. That, yeah, it's got to go. And then...
All right.
We've spoken on Going Under enough. So Going Under is the next game. Do you want to read out our list of games that we have so far?
Starting at 53, Mario and Luigi Brothership, Battlefield 6, Pizza Deathlivery, Mage Arena, Evolution Skateboarding, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, Backpack Hero, The Last Oricru, Borderlands 4, and Going Under at 46?
44.
I don't know how to count.
It's okay. I don't even remember whose turn it is.
Yeah, me neither. I think I was going to take Going Under, but you convinced me to take Borderlands 4, and so you took out Going Under. And
okay,
so it's,
it's back to you. Yeah.
Tell me about Terraway. What this game is?
Terraway is a PS Vita game that I'm not ready to get rid of. I want to know how you feel about Shogun Showdown, just because this is another game I feel like you've never talked about before.
It is going to go soon, but it is... Oh, man, I just had a horrible realization. No, Shogun Showdown needs to go on. You may pocket me at your next turn, okay, on other games. Not Shogun Showdown.
Okay. I can offer another.
Sure.
I'm going to get rid of Megabonk. Fuck this game.
Okay. Because it's a roguelike. And because it has a shit name.
here's the thing, is that the Vampire Survivors version of roguelike, I would almost set it into its own category. Sure, it borrows a lot from roguelikes in the sense that it is literally like a run that you start over every time, but I feel like a Survivors game is kind of its own beast. And Megabonk is such a weird entry in the canon of these games, where for a while... Well, I'll just go from the beginning. When I first saw this game came out, I saw it was a game called Megabonk, and I said, that is cringe, I'm never playing this game. And then I had a friend send a screenshot of his run to a server I was in, as like a bragging screenshot, like, look how many enemies I killed, or something like along those lines. And on screen, I saw that it said maybe him skill issue, and I said, that is fucking cringe. I am never fucking playing this game. And then I saw gameplay of it, and it is a 3D, almost old school RuneScape style graphics game, Vampire Survivors type game, and I saw that you can play as a skateboarding skeleton. Skateboards and skeletons are two of my favorite things in the entire world. And I caved and I bought the game and I started playing it.
Damn.
And initially, I had such conflicted feelings about this game because at first it felt like a genuinely cool and interesting expansion of the Survivors formula, with it being in 3D, with the kinds of things it was doing, with the waves and stages and ways you evolved. Like, just adding that third axis adds so much, like jumping adds so much, and it felt really cool. But at the same time where I was in awe of its innovation in the genre, I was struggling so hard with how fucking bad and cringe the writing is at every possible opportunity. So that maybe him skill issue thing happens every fucking run you do. As per a Survivor's, like, you die at the end of the run no matter what, even if you technically succeeded. So you see maybe him skill issue every fucking run you do, because that's what it says when you die. The descriptions of the items are fucking cringe. The names of the items are fucking cringe. This is a meme-based game, and the memes are fucking cringe, and I can't fucking deal with it. Where it really broke for me, why I don't have this higher up, is that, like, I did get really into this game where I was playing it like all the time for a couple weeks. But I think it really falls apart with how it innovates on the genre in the things it doesn't incorporate from Vampire Survivors. So Vampire Survivors, like, you has a really interesting system where your items can combine to evolve into different things. As far as I know in Megabonk, that is not a thing in this game. So you end up kind of having items where, like, the stats of them change, what they do kind of changes a bit throughout a run, but not substantially enough to make any two runs any different from each other. And then I finally got to, like, the final boss of a run, and the mechanic of the final boss is that it takes away all of your weapons except for the first one. And at that point, it's like, what's the fucking point of the game? The point of the runs in a Survivor's game is to accumulate all this stuff that you have, like, this huge arsenal of things that are happening all over, covering the screen and flashing lights and numbers. And so when I got to the final boss and it was like, all you have is your bone now, I'm just like, all right, I'm out. I have no drive to beat this final boss whatsoever. I have no drive to deal with the cringe ass writing anymore. I'm done with this game. And I think, like, hitting a final boss and that being like the I'm done with this game moment is not what you want, you know? So yeah, it goes. It's a fine game, but it's ass, and I hate it.
All right. I'm actually, you know what? Like, I mean, okay. How do you feel like Survivors? How different do you feel they are from roguelike?
I think the Survivors genre, I mean, I've only played Vampire Survivors and Megabonk and a game called Brotato, which came out, like, shortly after Vampire Survivors. I think, like, the thing that I really struggle with in roguelikes is that, I mean, it's one of the many things I struggle with them, but I hate getting to a boss and getting killed and wanting to have my run back. But in order to have my run back, I have to play an hour of a fucking different game to get back to that boss.
Right.
So Survivors likes are not that at all.
Right.
You know, the runs are only 20 to 30 minutes for the majority of them. They're quick, they're fun to just kind of, you know, I mean, they're like slot machines. You just kind of sit there and you watch the numbers and colors be all crazy. And there's strategy to have in them. I certainly love the strategy you could incorporate in these games. I love the knowledge you can accumulate of the items. Like Vampire Survivors, I had, at my peak of playing that game, an encyclopedic knowledge of all the fucking weapons and equipments and what they did and what you could combine them with to make another thing. And that is just like a really solid experience. It's really like, yeah, I mean, I hate the feeling of like I wasted my time in a roguelike, where I just almost never feel like that when playing Vampire Survivors, at least. But I was certainly feeling that when playing Megabonk.
Here goes Megabonk at... What a bad name.
Yeah, shit-ass name. Shit-ass name, shit-ass game. Goodbye. Number 43. Are you down to take a break? I have to pee so bad.
Yeah. All right.
Break
time.
10 minutes later.
All right, I'm back.
What?
Sorry, I'm too much of a sucker for my cats and my fiance, so I had to give them all a little kiss before I came back.
It's okay. I'm too much of a lover for rum to not to get myself a drink in the meantime.
Let's go. All right.
Different lives.
Are you ready to get back into it?
Oh, this is going into the podcast.
Okay, yeah, that I assumed so. So
all right.
While we're on the topic, I'm not expecting this to go right now, but like this is just one I haven't checked out, so I want to get a vibe check. How do you feel about DRG Survivor?
I feel like it could go now, honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
I've heard like really good things about this one. I just haven't gotten around to it.
I mean, this is the first Survivor that I've ever played. Like, it's not a genre that I've tried before, and it was like I played it. It was still in early access, but like 3 or 4 months after it came out at in 1.0. How many hours have I played of this? It is another one of those, like, I've mentioned I've started playing Totally Accurate Battle Simulator because I wanted to turn off my brain. Mm-hmm. This is another one of those attempts, and one that worked out pretty well. Like, I could effectively play while listening to podcasts and stuff. I haven't tried playing it on my Steam Deck. I got my Steam Deck after I've started playing it. And I dropped off from it partly because like I didn't want to play on the PC, which I was working on. Like I just wanted to get out of my PC. Mm-hmm. And also I wasn't really, I don't know, the game I didn't really feel this much like wanting to play it again. My Steam doesn't say the amount of hours oh yeah, here it is. I've played 28 hours of it.
Ooh, for you, that's kind of damning.
For me, what do you mean?
so I mean, I guess this is just a good place to bring this up. If you looked at like our spreadsheet, we've got 53 games on here, and like 30 to 40 of them are mine. Mm-hmm. I did not do more gaming than Victor this year. The thing is, I play a lot of games. Victor plays a lot of game, if that makes sense. When Victor gets into a new game, it will like a few weeks will go by and we'll chat about it, and then I'll look at his Steam and he has like 300 hours in it. So
guilty as charged.
So that's why I say, like, for you, DRG Survivor having 20 something hours, that's a fucking damning indication of how you feel about this game.
Yeah, it's it was good at doing the things I expected it to do, which was turning off my brain. I thought it was really fun to figure out how to, like, how this game basically works is that you are playing a vampire survivor, you have mass of enemies going at you on a top-down perspective. But this is a Deep Rock Galactic spin-off or whatever, meaning that you are playing dwarves on an alien planet, and you are mining. And the way the mining works in this game is that there are a bunch of blocks of terrain that are blocking your path in top down, and just going through towards them, like walking into them, makes your dwarf automatically mine them and mine your path. Means you can carve your own path and carve your own tunnels in which to funnel the enemies into. But you also need to mine certain minerals to get upgrades that are roguelite. So like your upgrades that you get in between your runs to upgrade your overall character. And also get some resources that you need for secondary objectives inside your missions, that you need to either unlock weapons or whatever, or that you need to just gain XP. Like sometimes you will be in situations in the Pro Galactic Survivors where mining is a viable way to get XP because you don't want to fight enemies because you feel like you're a bit too far behind. It's a cool ass game, and I like the way it looks. I like the different classes and stuff. I just didn't stick with it, I guess. Like, other things came into my life that were more interesting, and there are other games that are just repeating deaths of each other. There are other roguelike in this list that I just couldn't drop, unlike this game. So I think this is where it goes. I have nothing against this game except that the engineer has a grenade launcher that I really like in the original FPS game, and I feel like it's kind of shit. Like it doesn't do enough damage. I don't know. Maybe I didn't find the right way to play it. I wished it was stronger, but it's a really petty grievance.
Yeah, how do you feel about like Deep Rock proper?
I think it's a coolest game. I wish I play it more with. I played it a lot with a group of friends that I'm not so much in touch with anymore, I guess.
Yeah, me too.
The same, damn.
I like it. I think it's one of those games where it for me, it just can't be the only thing we're ever playing.
Mm-hmm.
It gets really repetitive for me. So, but do you feel like Survivor translated it well into the Survivor's formula? Like, does it feel like a Deep Rock Galactic game? Or does it just feel like a...
No, it really does.
Okay.
Like, I've said that I felt like the grenade launcher didn't feel strong enough, but it still felt like how the grenade launcher overall plays.
Okay.
The plasma, the when the plasma gets going and bounces on the wall, it feels like the way the game does it. The flamethrower is insane. The acid goes really hard. Having ice changes the way you play because all of a sudden you can temporize huge groups of enemies. No, like, and I can't stress enough how intuitive the mining mechanic is, and yet how out there it seems, and how it translates so well. Like, yeah, I think this is like, you don't really play like, oh, this is a game and this is the same game but in another complete genre. Like, I can't think of other examples, but I'm sure this game is up there in this extremely niche genre or whatever you would call it, and it's doing it really well. Like, yeah. Game rules, but I don't have strong feelings about it. I can let go of it now.
Okay. So at number 42, we have Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Is it my turn?
You took Going Under. You gave me Mega. Damn, this is hard to keep track of. I took Borderlands 4. You took Going Under. You gave me Megabonk. And this is you interrogating me about Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, and I'm letting it go of it now. Sorry, I kind of took your right to, even though it was just an interrogation.
No worries. Yeah,
So it's my turn.
that yeah, whenever I would listen to the Let's Fight a Boss podcast and they lost track of whose turn it was, I was always like, how are you losing track? I get it now.
Yeah, exactly the same.
I'm sorry,
And-
Neve.
Sorry.
I'm not sorry, John and Brian.
Fuck you.
No. Okay, so yeah, do you have anything you want to put forward, or should I give you another sacrifice? I feel like the problem with keeping track of the turns is right now there's a lot of like offering sacrifices.
Yeah, I want to attack. I want to attack you, Jacob. I want to hurt you. God damn it. How do you feel about Aiko?
Dude, fuck you. Elden Ring Nightreign.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Elden Ring Nightreign will be our number 41 game of 2025.
I'm fine with that. I don't care.
Elden Ring Nightreign. So a little history for me. I fucking love FromSoft. I love Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro especially. I do not care that much for Elden Ring proper. There were parts of playing it where I was like, this is the best game that's ever been made. And there were a lot of parts playing it where I was like, this is the worst game that's ever been made. And I think you kind of need that dichotomy in a FromSoft game. But Elden Ring just kind of like, in every way, is the Souls formula going too far, in my opinion. And Nightreign is that, but it's a roguelike, my favorite genre of games. And I think even if you are a roguelike fan, I think this is just kind of a shit-ass roguelike. You know, I've kind of strayed from the review side of like YouTube and games discourse, but even like what I have seen of people talking about Elden Ring Nightreign, everyone who loves the game also calls it a shit ass roguelike. So I feel kind of like confident in that claim. It's a weird game. It incorporates a lot of things in a way where like while I am stressed about like my beloved FromSoft going open world and then going roguelike, like following these very mainstream trends, I do find a lot of the design of Nightreign to be incredibly interesting. I think the way it incorporates the fucking Battle Royale storm mechanic from Fortnite is incredibly interesting and a really cool way of like innovating a roguelike. Like, it makes it interesting, like the runs, like how runs can work. But with the roguelike elements, you do kind of get to a point where there's not enough variance in the actual runs. There's a lot of things you can go for. I think I'm gonna fucking parrot a point that Jacob Geller made in, I think, either one of his recent videos or in the MinMax podcast, where he said this is less of a roguelike game and more of a speedrunning simulator. It is very much, yeah, it is trying to get you to speedrun Elden Ring in a certain way, which is kind of interesting. But I just think, like, it's balanced horribly. Elden Ring proper already had horrible balancing towards the end with some of its bosses, and it's like, imagine a 40-minute run back to a boss. It's what I hate about roguelikes, but made even worse, because it's also what I hated about Elden Ring. So I think this game is technically, like, objectively kind of good. I just don't care for it, really.
All right.
And that part just kind of hurts me. You know, I don't have super strong feelings about it. But I don't know. I'm never gonna play this game again. It made me far less stressed about not getting a Switch 2 and not being able to play the Duskbloods. I don't care.
Oof. Yeah. I'm infinitely curious about that game, but also I just want to play Bloodborne on PC because everyone tell me about it, and I don't have a PS4.
It's a great game.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I really want to play it. I would want to buy it. Fox are you listening? Let me buy your game, Fox. Anyway,
It's Sony. It's not From's fault.
true.
I think. I don't know. I don't fucking know anything about anything.
I'll safely assume it. I think you're right. Also, Jacob, why do you play so many roguelikes?
Because I fucking hate myself, I guess. No, really, it's that I just love my friends. I mean, Megabonk, and well, actually, that doesn't really apply for most of the things I've talked about. Going Under is like, I tried it because I love aggro crab. Megabonk, I tried it because I love skateboards and skeletons, and Vampire Survivors. Elden Ring, Nightreign, I played it because I love From Software and I love Lincoln, and we obviously have to play this game together because I got him into the From Software mess, and I'm obligated to play Nightreign with him for that reason.
I guess love hurts.
Yeah.
All right, Elden Ring Nightreign is on number 41. It is your turn.
It is my turn. How are we feeling about Arc Raiders?
I was about to ask you the same question. I'm feeling meh.
Arc Raiders is our number 40 game of 2025. This is another game that had a lot of promise. You know, another genre I do not care for. I do not care for extraction shooters. But Victor and I got very, very, very into the finals this year. And this is Embark's next game. And, you know, it had been being pitched to me via, you know, the podcasts I was listening to, the stuff I was reading about online, as an extraction shooter for people with jobs. And anyone who said that is a fucking liar. This game is the sweatiest fucking sweaty possible game. I do think I'm gonna ape more lines from Jacob Geller, because unfortunately I can't get past the fact that he said this and I watched his video about it yesterday, and even though it's the same thing I was already thinking, I feel like I have to give the credit where it's due. Where I feel like for the first week or two of this game it was really fun because, you know, people didn't really know what they were doing yet. People were more willing to be friendly and like chill with you and help each other out. But especially once they added that event where you were having to grind for XP and you get so much XP from killing another player, it just became like the kill on sight game. And you need some people that will kill on sight to make a game like this work. But when it's everybody and there's no reason to cooperate anymore, it's just not fun. It's not interesting. Like, the progression loop was really boring. The AI voices was fucking ass. I will continue to hate Embark's use of AI in that regard. And
Same.
It's just it's disappointing because there was a span of a few hours of us playing this game where we fucking loved it, and it just fell off really hard.
Yeah, there was there are two things that I want to. I think there isn't. I don't have anything to add in terms of critique. I think you've said everything. I just want to point out that the things that happened that I wish that were cool, then that I wish I could play more of, but that I literally can't because that's what the game is now. There was a point where there was this awkward moment where me and Jacob got in a red zone. We didn't even really mean to pick fights with players. We just ended up there, and we climbed this tower, and we came across these two dudes, and we kind of got the jump on them. So it was a bit of a stressful situation where like we were like 1 meter away from these two dudes playing the game in a red zone, and you know, usually that's you want to like you don't want to get into the player's personal spaces, except especially in a high danger zone. You want to call out or whatever first. And so there was this moment where we were both of our teams were pointing the guns at each other, and it was kind of awkward. And Jacob was really like, "Oh, you shit, no, we're friendly." And those guys didn't really know what to make of it. And there was this awkward moment, and I just decided to put out my weapon and just walk across them and be like, "Hey, yeah, we chill, whatever." I was just like on my way. I ignored the tension of the situation, and then they started shooting at you.
Yep.
And you were like, "No, shit, whatever." And I turned back on them, and there was this awkward moment where I didn't quite know if they should shoot at me or not. Like they said something back at you, I think. And after a blank, I was like, "Fuck you!" And I just got out my gun and shot one of them in the head, and then pummeled the other with my melee weapon. And you were shocked. You were like, "What the fuck? You killed them?"
Yeah, like Victor unlocked Super Saiyan Ultra Instinct God Gamer mode and just murked these two guys instantly. And that was like a great moment. And this game is a game that has the capacity to create those, but all of that capacity just drains like as soon as progression becomes like the most important thing, and the fastest way to progress is to kill people.
Yeah, it's like the reason this moment happened is not like just a gaming moment or whatever. It's like it happened. It was funny. It was really fucking funny because of the tension, because of the awkwardness. And another thing that I really like about this game is fighting the AI, the robots. I love the way they go on the sides when you shoot their propellers, and the way to take them down is to make them make sure they crash on the ground. I love the tension there is, and how like in danger you feel when you see one of them from far away, just because you know how quick they can close in on you. I love this stuff, but if you're constantly being afraid of other players all the time, then it doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Arc Raiders is on number 40 game of the year.
Well said.
I forgot again which of our turn it was. I think it's mine.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Because, yeah. Vibe check on Avowed.
It could go now. I have stuff that I would sacrifice before it, but it could go now.
How do you feel about... I haven't heard of this game before. Metal Gear Solid 2?
Dude.
That's not even the one.
Honestly, this should be...
Okay.
This should have been our number 53. This game is so bad. No, this is the game I was talking about where I'm kind of happy I didn't play it in my PS2 era, because it would have made me such an annoying fucking kid. No, this game is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah. I hear people say it's phenomenal, actually. I was doing a bit earlier.
They're all lying.
Sonic Rumble. What is this game?
No, fuck you.
Okay.
Our number 39 game of 2025 is gonna be Split Fiction. This was such a disappointing game for me because I fucking loved It Takes Two. I played it with my fiance. I played both of these games with my fiance. And Split Fiction just has no sauce. The design is interesting in terms of the gameplay, but it is this game where the story of It Takes Two is like you're a married couple and you're going through some friction, and you are essentially tasked to play this game with each other to like fix your relationship. And so throughout the story, you're bickering and arguing all the time because you're like a fucking married couple that's sick of each other, and now you're having to go through all these like annoying tasks. But in Split Fiction, their way of recreating this energy is that one of you is a science fiction writer and one of you is a fantasy writer, And the whole fucking game is them being like, why would you write a story about trolls? That's so fucked up. Why are they destroying this nice fantasy town? What's wrong with you? And then the fantasy writer being like, why are you making this cyberpunk dystopia? It's so fucked up. Is it because you didn't get loved enough by your dad? And it's the whole fucking game, and it's so annoying. And any like good design of gameplay is immediately drowned out by their like incessant bickering about the stupidest fucking shit of all time, and it's so fucking annoying. The only reason this game is as high as it is because the gameplay is good, but the story and the writing is so fucking bad that like we didn't even finish this game. Like I think my fiance wanted to play more of this game, and I will go back to her or back to it with her, but like I needed to take a break because I could not fucking deal with how annoying this fucking game is, which is a shame because the story is also like they're in this situation because their ideas are getting sucked out of them by a machine. So it's very much a commentary about like publishers and corporations sucking out like creativity from the people who actually do the creating. And you could read it as an AI thing, and it certainly is kind of explicitly an AI thing, but it goes like farther back than even AI. It goes really hard on this theme, and I think that is a really good theme, but it's just drowned out by this stupid fucking science fiction versus fantasy bullshit, and it's so annoying.
Yeah, this is kind of what I understood what's going on with this game these days. I was hesitating to play it. As someone that gets easily triggered with bad dialogue, yeah, it feels like I would have a similar reaction. How do you think you would feel about this game if you could disable the voice lines and the subtitles? Because it doesn't prevent you from playing the game, right?
No, but it's just like the gameplay.
No. I mean, in a pure thought experimental way, how do you think you would feel playing this game if literally there was no voice line and no subtitle? What would happen?
I mean, at any point I could mute the game and we could play it together. But I think like the gameplay, like, I mean, here's another genre that I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a big fan of platforming. That will come up later. And these games are platformer first. But in like fun ways. They're more like puzzle platformers. So like you're kind of platforming to solve puzzles. And it was the same with It Takes Two, but It Takes Two was constantly like making a new game for you. You know, like the mechanics were constantly getting switched up. 1 second you would be like bouncing back and forth where one of you has like a teleport ability and one of you has like a gravity ability, and you have to make those work together, or one of you has to fly a plane while the other plays Street Fighter on the roof of it. And that was really interesting. But Split Fiction's gameplay doesn't really change that much. It is almost like, I want to say like a Mario 3D World kind of thing, where it is changing what you're doing in a little way every like few minutes, but like the core gameplay isn't changing in the same way that it was in It Takes Two. So I just really feel like if what I was gonna do was mute the game and play it, I would rather just go play It Takes Two and be the wife. Because we only played it once and I was the husband, and I could play it again and it would be almost like a completely new game because of how different your mechanics are to each other.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see it. I'm glad this game is still a bit up there, because something that what drawn me the most of wanting to try this game is that it's been designed with split screen in mind. And I grew up playing the Lego games with my sister, playing co-op with the fucking split screen that was kind of horrible, kind of going all over the place and shit. But the split screen, like being the two people on the same couch with a sort of split screen going on with your characters, just feels right and very nostalgic to me. And I'm glad there is some developers out there that have some money to make games that are dedicated to do that. It's a shame that it has those issues, because if not, I would have bought this game for sure before, and I would have played it with my sister, and we would have had fun with this kind of stuff again.
I love Hazelight for that, the studio that makes these games. But where I kind of am coming from is, if you asked me, should I play It Takes Two or any Lego game, I would say play It Takes Two. If you said, should I play Split Fiction or play any Lego game, I would say play whatever Lego game you haven't played yet.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at with Split Fiction at number 39.
Mm-hmm. And now it is my turn.
Indeed.
Wordplay.
What the fuck is that game?
Wordplay is a game that I feel bad putting this low, but also, like, I made it kind of high. This is a game by Mark Brown, the YouTuber Game Maker's Toolkit. And it is essentially Balatro Scrabble. So it is a roguelike where it's a Scrabble roguelike. I don't even know how to describe it more than that. It's like exactly what you would think of if you heard Scrabble roguelike. You're trying to make words with the letters that are being given to you. You have some modifiers that can add points to different letters, make them interact with each other in different ways. And it's fun. It's like a good game. Here we go again. It's a roguelike, and so it falls flat for me because of that. I think, like, of any roguelikes, I have not played Balatro, but it does sound like it would be good. This is like, if you like Balatro, you'll probably fucking love this game. I think it is a solid game. I just, like, it's hard for me to give a shit about roguelikes, and I feel bad about that, but it is what it is.
Damn, you play so many roguelikes. I'm amazed. I didn't even know this game was a roguelike.
Yeah.
They just keep coming.
That's what I'm saying. Every fucking indie game is a fucking roguelike, or an extraction shooter, or a Metroidvania, and sometimes they're all of those at once. So yeah, it's fine. It's a good game. This is, like, despite it being this low on the list, it is a game I would recommend anybody to play. It's just, it falls flat for me because I'm just not really into the genre.
I want to look at the games that we both, or that I have played. So what do we got? 1000X Resist. Well, how do you feel about 1000X Resist, Jacob?
This is one of the best games ever made.
Yeah. So next. Actually, let's talk about Fields of Mistria. It's a game we have in common.
I have not played this game. You
haven't?
You put both in our spreadsheet. I have not played this game. My fiance has played an insane amount of this game.
Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah, I conflated the stories in my mind. Right, you didn't play with her because co-op isn't even out yet.
Yeah, this is a game I cannot fucking wait to play when co-op comes out. But when it came out, she and I had basically just got burnt out on our several 100-hour Stardew Valley farm, so I was not ready to start another one, especially not on my own. And so I just kind of am determined to wait until co-op is added because I want to play with her.
All right. Okay. Putting that aside. Oh, damn. Oh, I think we're starting to get to the games we like. The games that we like, not that we kind of like.
Yes.
Fuck.
It's gonna get harder from here.
Oh shit! Oh man.
I mean, I have another I can sacrifice if you really don't.
Let's wait. Hold on. I saw something. How do we? I want your vibe check on Peak.
I fucking love Peak.
Yeah. Okay.
I want your vibe check on Tekken 8.
Oh, fucking love Tekken 8.
Okay. I'm not expecting it to go. I'm assuming it's a great game. I just feel like you haven't talked about it. That I'm mostly poking at the games that you haven't like talked to me much about. Like you've mentioned Tekken 8 before, but yeah.
And you're right too. Shit. What you got, man?
Avowed. It's fine.
Okay.
I don't even want to say anything else about it. Avowed is fine.
I really liked when I heard about it on the Minimax show that there was another FPS with some like janky physics and some creative weapons going on with some RPG things. It really sounded in theory like a game that I wanted to play. It looks cool, I guess. That's the vibes I got from it, and I'm glad it exists.
It's got some really cool mechanics. I feel like this is exactly like Obsidian's prior RPG, Outer Worlds. I haven't played Outer Worlds 2, so I don't know how similar all of this is. But it's just like it's fine. There's so many good elements of it, but they all come together to make a kind of milquetoast product. The writing is pretty ass, and there's so much of it, but it's not ass like Split Fiction is. It's just kind of boring. I always wanted people to shut the hell up when they were talking to me, not because they were annoying, but because they were just like spouting drivel and I didn't care about it. And I wanted to get back to exploring and doing the weird parry mechanic with my shield and having a gun and a wand at the same time. But I don't know. It's just like there's something about the game where it has meat, but it's got no sauce. And I don't know how to explain my feelings about Avowed beyond that. Like, it's really just like it's like getting this really beautiful steak that hasn't been seasoned.
Oof. I mean, I did that.
You can put some of your own salt on there for sure.
Okay. Well, Avowed is a steak without sauce at number 37.
My turn. Here's our first PS Vita title on the list, Uncharted Golden Abyss. So I mentioned earlier that it wasn't until the PS3 generation where I went from games being toys to games being art, and that game that inspired that was Uncharted 2. A lot of people, especially the ones we're plagiarizing right now, have a lot of negative things to say about Uncharted and Naughty Dog games in general. And I completely understand and even in a lot of ways agree, but I just don't feel the same way. I love Uncharted, and I had never played Golden Abyss because it was on the PS Vita, and the PS Vita is a weird-ass system. And this, like everything I will talk about for the future of talking about PS Vita games, is a PS Vita-ass PS Vita game for better and for worse. And I think the words for better and for worse are how you would describe any Vita game. The Vita has so many little things it can do. It has a touch screen. The back of the Vita is a touchpad. It has motion controls. It has all sorts of things. And Uncharted Golden Abyss being like a mainline first-party studio kind of game takes advantage of all of everything the Vita can do, for better and for worse. I, at this point in my life, am not someone who can comfortably play shooters with a controller. I'm too used to mouse and keyboard. It's not even an elitist thing. It's just that I feel so uncomfortable aiming with a controller. But I love that in Golden Abyss, even though I'm aiming with a controller, you can add the gyro controls to make those little micro adjustments. That's not unique to Golden Abyss at all. That's a thing in any shooter that has gyro compatibility. But that's a big benefit of playing on the Vita. This is a prequel game, so Nathan Drake is kind of weird in this one. It's especially weird because the first Uncharted game was kind of his evolution into being full-time bounty, or not bounty hunter, a treasure hunter. But in this game, since it has to be an Uncharted game, even though it's a prequel, he's already like a super badass treasure hunter. It has a weird love interest that will obviously never show up in any of the other games. Because this is a PS Vita PS Vita game and there's a touchscreen, Nathan Drake is fucking obsessed with charcoal sketching. Or what is it called? Charcoal rubbings.
I was like,
there's so
what
many...
do you mean he's obsessed with charcoal? Oh, okay.
There's so many things where it's like, this might be a clue, and then you just have to rub your screen to do a charcoal rubbing of like a statue. There's, Uncharted is infamous for its climbing mechanics that kind of play themselves, and in this game you can like trace a path on this touch screen to make him literally do it himself. When you're like climbing a rope, you could climb it like a normal person, or for some fucking reason you could drag the touchpad on the back of the Vita, which I would never do ever in my life. I literally tried it just to see how it works, and it's fucking garbage. So, it's just a weird game, but at the end of the day, it's an Uncharted game, and I think like being almost halfway through the list but not quite at the halfway point is exactly where an Uncharted game goes. So, I really liked this game as, as just a fun little thing that I played. I'm not super passionate about it. It can go here. We're getting into the games that I like now, not the games I feel meh about. But of any of the games that are in the games that I definitely like, this is the most meh of them.
All right. Well, here it goes. Uncharted Golden Abyss. Damn, I wish... maybe... I hope next year we will be able to talk about this patch, because you talking about it this way, like for some reason it just made me want to talk about Telltale games. And those aren't being made anymore. I don't know. I guess it's because the idea of enjoying a fairly linear narrative experience, I guess. Something like that.
Okay. For sure.
But I'm glad that you could have that. Like, this is what makes me want to back up my 3DS. I unfortunately did most of my 3DS retro gaming last year, but yeah, just picking up a simple game where there isn't, all the stuff, and just play it, and it's actually a linear adventure game with some dialogue. I don't know. I found some appeal in that.
Yeah, for sure.
Tell me about Metal Gear Acid. I genuinely do not know this entry. This is not a bit.
I'm definitely not ready for this to go yet. I'll talk more about it when I am ready for it to go. But this is a weird ass PSP entry in the Metal Gear franchise that is like a card-based tactical RPG. And it's so fucking weird, and I fucking love it. I love that about it.
Okay.
It's staying for a while. If you need sacrifices, I can offer some.
Okay.
How are we feeling about Shogun Showdown though?
Okay, here's the thing. At this point, I am willing to let go of some games, and there are other games that I would let go of before Shogun Showdown. And you, Jacob, that has the list under your eyes, may be a bit wondering, like, but Victor, it looks like there are only other big games. And the answer is yes, may.
Can I take a guess about what this is?
Sure.
Are you about to eliminate 100-line Last Defense Academy?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, oh man, I have such conflicting feelings about 100 Lines Academy. But oh man, I don't know, man. You need to. Okay, honestly, you need to put corner. You will need to. This is my turn. You will need to corner me on your turn to make me talk about those things because there are enough highs, and 100 Line Academy is enough of an interesting project in and of itself, in its construction, that I would argue for it to go higher. And Shogun Showdown has its size and how I like it generally. And there are other of those games that I thought I felt much more strongly about than I actually do. So make of that what you will.
I wasn't suggesting it. That was my guess because, like, just based on how you talked about it back when you were really into it.
Unfinished Swan, tell me about it. What is that game?
Unfinished Swan is another. I think it's a PS Vita game first. It is on PC though. I'm not ready for it to go. It's a really good game.
Interesting.
There's so many things I'm ready to let go of though.
Yeah. I love the title Unfinished Swan. How many hours have you played of Sonic Racing Walk Crosswords? Because the last time, we were talking about it, like, I think a month ago, being like, oh man, I want to play this game, but like it's too expensive, and I haven't bought it yet, but I still want to. How many hours have you played of it?
So we are recording this on December 13th. I picked this up on Black Friday sale. Okay. So that gives you a timeline of how long I've had this game. My fiance and I have played so much of this game.
Oh man, that sounds great, because I've played so much of Sonic Riders, the game with the overboard, with my sister back then.
Yes.
Like, it is one of the first games that we got on disc on PC. So I'm glad you're enjoying it then.
It's really good. And notice how we do not have Mario Kart World on this list.
Because we haven't played it.
I don't know the point I'm making about that, but here we are. Yeah. No, I have. If you need another sacrifice,
yeah, I'm sorry. Give me one.
Zombieville USA 3D. I forgot to put the USA in the.
It makes the title way better, I gotta say.
Yeah, Zombieville USA was a mobile game that I used to play all the time on my iPod Touch when I was in middle school. It was a side-scrolling, I guess you could call it a roguelike before roguelikes were really a thing, in the sense that it was a flash game that you started over, but you could unlock stuff to take into your next run. And Zombieville 3D came out, I want to say this year. It was either very late last year or early this year. And it is just that. It is a 3D version of the game. It is essentially, I would compare it more to Vampire Survivors, which puts it in this really interesting place where, like, it is a Survivors-like, but Zombieville USA original predates Vampire Survivals by decades. It's a really fun game. I don't really know, like, if I have that much to say about it. It's a co-op game. We could play it if we ever have a like a gaming sesh we want to do, but we don't know what to play. It's just a really charming little game where it is, I guess you could say it's more like Call of Duty Zombies, where it's a wave-based game and you're just kind of surviving until you can't anymore. It doesn't have like a hard out like Vampire Survivors does. But you're just kind of collecting these weapons. You're getting like higher rarities of weapons that can kill more zombies more effectively. It's just a really fun game. I really liked it.
All right.
But you know, it being such a like kind of simple game and almost more of a nostalgia pull for me, it being a 3D reimagining of this iPod Touch game I used to play so much as a kid. I'm not like passionate enough about it for it to be that much higher.
It's funny because when I think about games that I used to play on my phone that I'm nostalgic about, there are the Assassin's Creed games. Yeah, those Assassin's Creed. There were 2D's Assassin's Creed games, and like it was basically your Mom, I want Assassin's Creed, but we have Assassin's Creed at home.
Oh yeah, I played those too on my
Oh,
iPod
right?
Touch.
Word?
Yeah.
Damn. I
Yeah.
really loved too. The one with Ezio just.
Uh-huh.
There was a weird scene where like you were supposed to like assassinate the lady Borgia, and she got impaled by a ballista for some reason. That's and I guess I don't need to look for a remake of this game in 3D, but I would love to if there was something else than the actual Assassin's Creed
other
games.
than just going and playing Assassin's Creed 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you could do worse than playing 2 and like Brotherhood. Like those games are pretty good. I think those would probably hold up.
Yeah, it's just there was something about those games that was kind of janky and arcadey. That's so
Yeah, for
different.
sure.
That like I don't understand how they came to life. Honestly, it was a weird time where like like video games were considered the same as movies, and tons of side products were made of them, which didn't always make sense.
So it is your turn, but I wanted to kind of pitch something.
Yeah.
Are you ready to eliminate anything in the next 5 entries?
What do you mean the next 5 entries?
Do you have, like, for the next 5 spots on the list, are any of your games or games we both played ones that you would be willing to let go of? Because if not, I can just do the next 5 games.
Hold on.
So we're not going back and forth of me being like, do you want to sacrifice every single entry?
I mean, the question is, of course, of course, yes, but like, guess how many hours I have played of Fields of Mistria?
Ooh, is this going to be another damning number? I want to say...
I hope
if
it was... Okay, guess.
I want to say like 158.
No. I have played 68 hours of it. But it is much higher than what I expected. Because the thing is, the reason I ended up dropping Fields of Mistria is simply because it's a game in... You know what? No, I'm going to let go of Fields of Mistria now, but I'm going to amend the list by saying Fields of Mistria Early Access.
Yeah.
I dropped.
Okay.
I stopped playing Fields of Mistria because I was getting into some pretty endgame things that felt like endgame stuff. Fields of Mistria is a Stardew Valley like, whatever that means. Which Stardew Valley was a
It was a Harvest Moon like.
yeah, I was searching for. Yeah, it was a Harvest Moon like. Fields of Mistria is excellent. The art style is unique from Stardew. Like, it's not as elaborate of a pixel art, but it's got an intention and I can only describe as gentleness in its palette and in the way things look just a bit flat, but in a good way, in a way that feels like every contrast that you see is just what is necessary. The characters, sprites are excellent. They're both beautiful and also makes you, I don't know, feel more or less horny for all the genders. In my case, they are kind of anime 90-ish, but with a kind of modern take, in a way that I didn't know this existed, and I instantly fell in love with it when I saw those portraits. The dialogue and the writings, there is so much unique writing that's been put into this game in early access. Like, I think it took me 50 hours before I was starting to get actual generic dialogue that made me feel like I was, oh yeah, this is like a Stardew Valley game. And that's really, I cannot stress enough just how much of a statement it is, considering how centered around cycles this game is like, it is quite an achievement, and I've had tons of fun of just playing in the in my living room. So I don't own a console, but I have a little bit of a setup where I can stream my PC in my bedroom inside the living room and can just play with a controller on the couch. And this game was perfect for that. And I spent lots of time just playing with my sister, playing on her own console on the side, and just chilling for whole afternoons there, enjoying the game and the vibes and the writing. Eventually, I ran out of stuff to do, and I am not the kind of person that can play hundreds of hours of Stardew Valley. I played lots of Stardew Valley, but I cannot play hundreds of hours of it, and I cannot like do new games upon new games and install mods and stuff. Like, that's just not what I do with those kinds of games. But I am perfectly content with what Fields of Mistria offer to me. And I cannot wait for the game to do full release, honestly. But that's as far as it goes.
Okay. My fiance will be devastated that it is in the bottom half of the list, but, you know, I'll let it happen.
Look, I feel like it is more stacked than we initially thought, than I initially thought
for
at
sure.
least. And I need to stress out early access. The reason, like, I would have played at least 60 more hours of this game if there was the full romance implementation and the full dungeon there. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I can't fucking wait to play this game when co-op is in it.
Right.
Okay, so Fields of Mistria is our number 34 game of 2025. So I'm going to ask the same question, but for the next 4 entries. Do you have anything you want to sacrifice soon? Because if not, I can do some shotgunning.
No, there is nothing. But I feel like do your shotgun.
Okay, so number 33, we're gonna have RV There Yet. This is another friend slop kind of proximity chat game, but similar to Peak, there's an actual game you can play at the same time. And it's really fun. I mean, to the point where, like, the implementation of the proximity chat in this game is so fucking bad, you may as well not even use it, because you can still hear each other from super far away. But this is a game where you are basically just trying to get an RV through this, like, Yosemite ass like natural park, and you have to figure out like the different ways in which to maneuver it around like all these different kinds of obstacles. You have to like place planks in the way for it to cross gaps, and you have to maintain the damage level that's been done to the RV, and it's really fun. We haven't beaten it yet. We got to the point where we were like, surely this must be like the last obstacle course that we have to get to before it's over. And then we like had a few minutes left of the session and just decided to run ahead of the RV and see what we could see. And there's so much more to this game, and I'm really looking forward to playing more of it.
Yeah.
Only reason this doesn't go any higher is just that like I haven't played much more of that. We've played a lot of it, but it doesn't like blow my mind the way something like Peak did. But it's a very solid game.
I love that someone thought about this concept and was like, yeah, let's pull on hundreds of hours of development time into actually making it a reality.
Yeah, me too.
I love video games.
Me too. And this is a great game too for co-op, where like I usually love to be the driver in games where like one person is driving and everyone is going along. But Lincoln took over as driver, and I'm having like so much fun running around using the emotes to be like, you're good, you're good, you're good, like stuff like that. It's really fun.
Nice.
but it lands at number 33 on our list.
Right.
Next up, 32 is going to go to Sonic Rumble. Here we are. As I said earlier, Sonic Rumble is a Sonic the Hedgehog themed Fall Guys ripoff, and it has by far the worst, most predatory monetization in any game that I've ever seen. But
What?
damn it, if it wasn't so fucking fun. And you know, I am a big Sonic guy. Despite my general dislike for platforming, there's something about the way Sonic does it where even when I don't think the games are good, I just love it so much. I get so much serotonin when I see one of those little guys on my screen, and you know, I don't know what that says about me, but you can take whatever messaging that you want out of that.
I don't know. You're a Sonic fanboy, man.
I fucking love Sonic. I initially had put Shadow the Hedgehog on this document, and I took it off because it would be a fucking lie to say that I played it for the first time in 2025, even though I hadn't really like deep dived into it as much as I did this year, before this year. That game is fucking terrible, but I love it with all my heart. And that's how I feel about almost every Sonic game, and Sonic Rumble is actually surprisingly kind of good for what it is. Next up, at number 33, we have Samurai Western. So, Samurai Western is a very cool PS2 game that I got because I have always been kind of obsessed with the similarities between like samurai / Ronin stories and like cowboy westerns. I think like the time periods are just so similar, the kind of stories you can tell are just so similar, and I think they both have their own iconography and symbolism and aesthetics that go so hard in different directions, but you can also merge them into one and make something so fucking amazing, and almost nobody has ever done that. Of all things, Borderlands 3's DLC Bounty of Blood is a really fucking cool samurai western mashup that I really love the aesthetic of, at least. There's a game called Red Steel 2 on the Wii that is a really cool mashing of this genre. When I was in game design school, for one of my major projects, I was essentially making a pitch bible for a game of this genre, of mashing the Ronin and cowboy genres together. And so Samurai Western being that is what drew me very heavily to it. It's not really that, though. Where what I was looking for was a fusion of the two. This is literally just a Western story, but you play as a samurai. So still really cool, not exactly what I was looking for. But it's a very interesting game. I think this is technically part of the Way of the Samurai series, which is just this series of like samurai themed hack and slash kind of games on the PS2. And it's fun. I mean, it tells this like stupid ass, ridiculous ass story. It kind of feels a lot like God Hand in its aesthetic and kind of vibe. But it has some interesting stuff going on with it that really like connected me to it. I don't think the gameplay is even really that good. It's kind of a button masher. But you know, I was compelled enough by just the vibe and the story that also is not that good, but kind of has some interesting things that it's going for. The like overarching story of the game is that you are a samurai that has stumbled into the Wild West because your brother, who was a samurai, has essentially defected because he has decided the gun is mightier than the sword, and you are out to prove him wrong.
Oh,
And I think that's
fun.
a really, really interesting, concept for a story. I wish I loved it more, especially because I paid $150 for this game.
Holy shit.
Because this is a PS2 game that, I mean, I'm assuming you've never heard of it before. I'm assuming anyone listening to this podcast has never heard of it before. But yeah, it's relatively rare. I don't regret paying that much for it because I fucking love it. Like, even though it's not that good. And I will be replaying it because there's a surprising amount of replay value to this game, but it needs some time before I'm ready to jump into playthrough number 2. So we have Samurai Western at number 31 on our list. At number 30, we have Super Mega Baseball 3. This is an older game from a few years ago. I had played a lot of Super Mega Baseball 2 with a friend that I don't really talk to anymore. And another one of our mutual friends that I don't really talk to anymore got me Super Mega Baseball 3 on Steam for my birthday, like when it came out. And I just did not touch it until this year. This was a game that I launched. I launched for the first time being like, I'm really bored right now. I want to just kind of zone out to a podcast, but I need to like do something with my hands. And so I decided to finally give Super Mega Baseball 3 a chance to do something with my hands. And it's really good. I do not give a shit about baseball in real life. And I have not really played many baseball games besides Super Mega Baseball, but it's just like a fun ass time. It's a really good way to just kind of zone out. I'm kind of debating whether I should have put it above Samurai Western or not now that I'm talking about it, but I don't know. It's a solid ass game. I think like Samurai Western is a game that I would probably say is not a good game, but I like it. Whereas Super Mega Baseball 3, I think, is a good game that I'm just not that passionate about. So,
right.
So, you could debate whether this belongs below Samurai Western or not. But for now, I've committed. Super Mega Baseball is number 30. Now that we are at a kind of milestone here, why don't we go through the list again? So you went through it last time. I'm going to go this time. So at number 53 for the Guys Will Be Talking Game of the Year episode, we have Mario and Luigi Brothership. We have Battlefield 6 at number 52, Pizza Deathlivery at 51, Mage Arena at 50, Evolution Skateboarding at 49, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator at 48, Backpack Hero at 47, The Last Ori Crew at 46, Borderlands 4 at 45, Going Under at 44, Megabonk at 43, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor at 42, Elden Ring Nightreign at 41, Arc Raiders at 40, Split Fiction at 39, Wordplay at 38, Avowed at 37, Uncharted Golden Abyss at 36, Zombieville USA 3D at 35, Fields of Mistria at 34, RV There Yet at 33, Sonic Rumble at 32, Samurai Western at 31, and Super Mega Baseball at number 30.
What's your vibe check on Onimusha Warlords?
I love this game. Not ready yet.
Okay. How do you feel? Can we talk about Monster Hunter Wilds?
No.
Okay. I bet some listeners have went just like, huh? Or maybe not. Maybe they're actually understanding. I don't know. It's a spicy subject, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, I mean, if you feel like we haven't talked about Onimusha Warlords, but at this point, Town to City.
Town to City could go soon. There are things I would sacrifice before it. The next game on my personal list that I have is one we would have to talk about. It's a game we both played.
Yeah, okay.
How are you feeling about the finals?
Oh man. Okay.
And how much did our little session last night / this morning for you affect that?
It didn't affect it at all. That's the thing.
Yeah, it kind of just solidified how I was feeling about it.
It feels... It's a hard subject because, like, we had the heights were so high, right? And we spent some time on it. I would... Oh, fuck. I would give some certain games... Oh, fuck.
Do you like the finals more than you like Shogun Showdown?
Okay, I'm going to be real with you, Jacob. I don't know which I like better, Shogun Showdown or Hades 2.
Oh, okay. Do you like Hades 2 more than you like the finals? Are we gonna be brave and be the only podcast where Hades 2 is in the bottom half?
Okay, we are not out of this possibility just yet, but I think I need to actually own up. Yeah, I'm going to let go of Shogun Showdown now. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay. That's not
Yeah,
what I was
I
expecting.
was just... Again, it's about the experience and how meaningful it is than just about the experience overall. Because I have some issues with Hades 2, and I have some big issues with 100 line Last Defense Academy, and I don't have any issues, almost, with Shogun Showdown. But this is as far as it goes. Shogun Showdown is a roguelike where you play turn by turn, and it is in full pixel art, and it is a system where you fight in those corridors where you are in profile, and there are a number of tiles, and your character takes one tile, and the other enemies NPCs that want to kill you are on other tiles, and everyone is taking their turn at the same time. So the two enemies will advance one tile towards you, and you can use your turn to advance one tile towards them, or you can use your turn to shoot an arrow at them, or you can use your turn to use any form of weapon or superpower that you have to say, I don't know, mirror the battlefield, and so that you exchange place with whatever was on the tile that mirrors yours in a parallel sense. It's a really, really great game. It's a game that, like, it hits this sweet spot for me where it's like it's turn by turn, but the decisions you make are simple enough that you can just start like play this game like an action game. And there is effectively a point of doing that, because when you finish a run, you get different achievements and tiles and unlocks based on certain things. And one of those things is like the time you've made to get through the game. So like there are 5 big things. One of the things is like actually finishing a run. The other thing is like finishing the run with only a certain amount of hit, with the best one being finishing the run without getting hit at all, finishing the run in a certain amount of time, finishing a run in a certain amount of moves, meaning trying to be economic in your moves, trying to be as efficient in the way you get rid of the dungeons, because you can at certain points, if you're not quite sure of what to do, or whatever, you can just temporize and, I don't know, go back and forth on the same tile and let enemies come at you or whatever, which uses a bunch of moves, which hinders this success. On the top of my head, right, the last one is the amount of combos. Like, how much enemies did you take in a single turn with doing some certain setups and whatever. And those different objectives are kind of at odds with each other. But also, if you play well the game, they work together. And it's just such a well put together game with such great soundtrack. There is nothing really I can say about the story. Discovering the character, the Jujitsuka, which basically each character has a special tile power. The basic one is like, oh, you have an advance into an enemy and you swap place. What the Jujitsuka does is that if you go backwards and there's an enemy behind you, you throw them in front of you. And it is hard to defend yourself with this move. But just like, it's a character that's awkward to play, but once you get it, and once like this utilitarian move that you do that usually lets you like get out of situations, like a jail-free card, becomes an actual weapon of destruction. That feeling is incredible. How much I have played of this game. I've played a lot of it. I've played a lot of it to skip time at work. I've played 100 hours of it. It's just a solid ass roguelike. And I like its gameplay. I like the gameplay of Shogun Showdown as a roguelike better than I like Hades 2. But there is more going on with Hades 2. And that's why. And just the high... Like, this is basically the emotional high I've reached with Shogun Showdown, was discovering this new character and doing some cool stuff and shit with it. Yeah, that's as far as it goes. I'm letting go.
So does it ultimately just come down to the highs being higher in Hades 2?
Yeah, and
whereas it's more of like a plateau for Shogun Showdown.
There is that, and there is also what Hades 2 brings to the genre and video games in general, I feel like. But we'll have this conversation.
Yeah.
This is Shogun Showdown at number 29.
Okay. My turn. How are we feeling about the finals?
Man. I mean, I feel like it's a shared experience.
If you're not ready for it to go because this is like, it's our list and it's a shared thing, I'll hold on to it. But I will be asking how we feel about the finals every time it's my turn until it's gone.
No, here's the thing. I don't have a game that I want to let go of before. Like, of the games I've played or the games we've both played, there isn't a game I want to let go of before the finals. If you didn't feel this way right now, I would have made it go for longer, but we're here now, I guess.
Okay. I mean, if you even want it to stay for 2 more spaces, I have some stuff I'm willing to eliminate before it.
Nah, it's because it's a shared thing and you feel about it that way now that I feel like we should let go of it now.
Okay. Very, very reasonable. Very gracious. So our number 28 game is going to be the finals. This is a game that had such high highs, but such low lows for me. And I feel kind of bad about it because it really is just that it's almost not even the game's fault. It's just that it's a competitive multiplayer game.
Yeah.
And the highs that you can expect of that are there, and the lows you can expect of that are there. And it's really just a genre where you're going to have a great time, and then you're going to have a terrible time. And So being this close to like the exact midpoint of the list kind of feels fitting for that in my opinion.
It's a crackhead's game. I love what it is for competitive FPS out there. I love that every weapon of it is unique, absolutely unique. I love that there is a very simple class system where you either play as a very very fast small boy with low HP, a medium fucking mediums guy, that's just your FPS game, and you can play as a heavy that has bunch of HPs and particular siege weapons or whatever to hold your ground. I love that there are melee weapons that are more than viable. I love the destruction in this game. I love just how everything is destructible and how, like, despite how fast-paced the game is, there is a genuine, like, you have the edge if you outsmart your enemy. One of my favorite moments playing this game with you was when we were late getting to a cash out. The team that was getting the objective had already a lot of margin of time in front of them, and they were very up there. And both of us were playing AVs, so we didn't have a really quick way of getting up. And I just went, fuck it. Let's try and bring this thing down. And I started hammering the pillars of that building so that the facade of it would start falling. And it worked fucking perfectly. The whole thing came down, and we couldn't get to the objective that's basically a box. A box that was standing in the upper things, because of course the whole fucking thing came down. But by staying underneath and just digging upwards with my hammer, and Jacob protecting me with his spear, the cash out ended up dropping down, and there was such chaos that we were uncontested, and we just stealed that shit. Some like.
Yeah, it's so hard because like this is I'll just say like definitively this is the best competitive multiplayer game that's ever been fucking made. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah. Which makes it so much harder that like it ends up down here, because I think where it falls is just that it is perfect. It is the most like perfect competitive multiplayer game you could possibly have, but in that perfection, the perfection carries all the downsides with it, if that makes any sense.
It does. I would say
if it's like 100%, if everything is working at 100%, so is all the downsides of a multiplayer game.
Yeah, and like, what I would push back lightly against this is because like Embark Games are still doing like some AI stuff with their voices, and
that part is ass.
That part is objectively ass, and not just because it's AI. I mean, actually, it's hard to talk about this stuff because it's like, oh, the voices suck. Like no, they objectively suck. Like they're just bad. I turn off the commentator's voice. Like, they're not interesting.
Oh, yeah.
And even the quips you say, your characters say, like, there is... The customization in this game is amazing, but one of the things that I do not ever give a shit about is the voices, the different voices you can give your characters, because they're all bad.
Yeah, they're all bad. And anything anyone ever says in the game is bad.
But I need to make sure this is clear also, like, if they were good, it still wouldn't justify the use of AI.
Yes.
Because it is a technology that is inherently stealing from other people and stealing from, essentially cannibalizing content that's already been made in order to construct something that brings nothing in return. That is what AI technology is at its core, and that sucks on its own. But also, it doesn't, like, the finals is also not that. It's not defined by that. What is good about this game has nothing to do with it. Like, it has been handcrafted by extremely talented developers that clearly felt strongly about FPS, the FPS genre, and how it is currently in the multiplayer scene. And I'm fully on board with their vision of what a FPS could be and should be. But man, playing at 2 in a game where you need to be crackheads at minimum 3 players is... It can only go so far, I guess.
It's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we have the finals at number 28 on our games of 2025.
All right. My turn.
Yes.
Again, still a bunch of indie games and small games, like some that I've never heard of. Like, what the fuck is Shadow of the Colossus? Cool name, though.
It's some weird game. It's by some nobody developer that never made anything else.
Right. Like Ico, right?
Yeah, it kind of similar vibes for sure. I could offer a sacrifice if you got nothing. Because you, for some reason, the games you keep questioning me about are like ones that are way up on my list. But I've got plenty more that I'm ready to get rid of.
All right. Sure. Sell me.
Okay. Number 27, we're going to have Ape Escape 3. I do really love this game. I think we're getting to the point of the list where I love every game, or at least the majority of what I've played of every game that I am contributing, at least. Ape Escape 3 is one I picked out when I got into my PS2 kick. Ape Escape is a series that has always been like this elusive thing for me, where I had a neighbor who had Ape Escape 1 on a PlayStation 1, and I saw it and thought it looked amazing, and I wanted to play it so bad, and for the rest of my life I would see like, oh, they added Ape Escape 2 to PlayStation Now, which at the time was a very god-awful game streaming thing on the PS3, so that you had to pay for a subscription for, but you also had to pay for time that you could play the game. So you could play it. Yeah.
What?
And then they did like, I don't think they were full remakes, but they were kind of just ports on like the PS4 or PS5 that I just never got around to. When I was really getting into my PS2 this year, I also decided to just go hard and mod it with a hard drive that I loaded up with like 400 fucking games. One of them being Ape Escape 3. There are two Ape Escape games on the PS2. There's Ape Escape 2 and 3. And I picked 3 specifically because it has a Metal Gear Solid section called Metal Gear Solid, where you play as a monkey version of Snake, and it kind of melds the gameplay of Ape Escape and Metal Gear Solid together, and it's just really funny. I really like this game, but it falls down to the bottom of the games that I really loved, because I kind of just feel like it overstayed its welcome a bit, which is a big damning thing for me, because I am someone who, like, if I'm into a game, I'll finish it even beyond the point where I've stopped having fun. And Ape Escape 3 was a bummer with that, where I just feel like it was too long. And it had a similar experience to Psychonauts, which I played like at the very end of 2024, where the whole game is like light platformer, but more about like what you can do with your gadgets, and in Psychonauts' case, like ESP abilities. But then the final couple levels are pure platform challenge. So it's kind of got this weird disconnect where it's like, sure, I've been platforming this whole game, but I would expect the final level to be a test of my gadget ability, not of my platforming ability. So that was a bummer. The other bummer is that you do not unlock Metal Gear Solid until you run credits on the game. So I like kind of forced myself to play it beyond the point where I had stopped having any fun so that I could get to Metal Gear Solid. And then at that point I was so burnt out I didn't even finish Metal Gear Solid, even though it was very funny to be a monkey version of Snake. So yeah, Ape Escape 3, cool ass game, a bit too long for my liking.
Yeah. French alert. I really like this quote from Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Perfection isn't reached when there is nothing else to add, but when there is nothing else to remove.
Yeah.
That's a design philosophy that I don't feel universal about art, because I think, like, there are some things that are just, the value of them is that they go kind of crazy on the amount of content they have or whatever. But I do feel like in general it holds true for video games, where, like, since video games are such, engaging medias that takes at least a few hours to finish, like, there is value in them being concise, definitely.
Yeah.
Like, some of the best experience in gaming I can think of are like some solid ass 3 or 4 hours game, and they're really few and far in between, but I remember each and every one of them, I think.
Oh yeah, I mean, one of the best games ever made is fucking Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, and that's like a 4-hour game. I've played it. I've played it for more hours than I've played 30-hour games. I just fucking love that game.
Hell yeah, I need to play it.
Yeah.
The game that I would mention in that kind is Vanquish. Vanquish just fucking rules.
Very, very similar, for sure.
I guess so, yeah. All right, Ape Escape 3 at number 27. Yes, 27.
27. So I guess it's my turn again.
Yeah.
So it's time to let go of Town to City.
All right.
Town to City is this really cute, like, town building game that is like voxel style. I have never really gotten into a town building game. I was really into like Railroad Tycoon, or not Railroad Tycoon, what the fuck am I talking about? Roller Coaster Tycoon when I was a kid. Which is like my closest connection to a city builder, because it's kind of like the same genre. But I was so into it. I was playing it nonstop until I hit a point, and this is an early access game, so maybe similar things will have to be like updated in the future when it hits 1.0, like Fields of Mistria. But I kind of got to a point where you can make a town, you can also make a farm, and I think there's like a third thing you can make. I got to a point where, like, in order to upgrade stuff and progress, I needed to start my farm that I just didn't really want to do, because I didn't really want to stop working on this city that I had been working on and switch to a new thing to start over. So that kind of killed the momentum for me. The other thing that killed the momentum for me is that part of the progression loop is you basically have to reach a certain level of population, and that population has to be a certain level of happy, and then you can start unlocking more stuff to add to your town. So at first it's just regular residents, and then you get like an artisan class. So like people who can make shoes, people who can make watches, stuff like that. You have to get a certain artisan population, and you have to have that artisan population be happy. And the artisan people have like different things that make them happy than like the regular residents. And so that was an interesting loop for me, where it really killed my momentum. is that after the artisan class, the next stage is you have to make a bourgeoisie class. And you
No.
have to make them happy. And literally,
La bourgeoisie!
the second I had to make the bourgeois class happy, I stopped playing the game because I didn't want to have a bourgeois class in my fucking city.
Fuck.
And
Fuck.
it's like it's so stupid. Like the game, I'm not like, my hang up on that is so stupid. The game is so fucking good that this hang up should not have been such a roadblock, but for me it killed the momentum instantly. It was like my options are either to start over and make a farm so I can upgrade other things, or to make these bourgeois motherfuckers happy. I don't want to do either of that shit. So I just stopped playing the game completely.
If anything, it made me more curious to play the game. One of the reasons why this game intrigues me and like makes me want to play it is because of like the species that it's an idyllic 19th century Mediterranean town, and I grew up in the south of France. When the south of France is pretty, it's not always, especially the cities. There are some gross modern stuff going on, but like when the Mediterranean is pretty, it's the most beautiful thing in the world, in my opinion. And so I was wondering of how much vibes I could get from it. And,
it's a fucking vibe, man. It's such a good vibe.
Man, I wish I had kept the... I don't know if there are somewhere the pictures that I took, or if I even took that many in the first place, but like, yeah. The kind of things you realize with the years afterwards that, damn, you would have gotten a lot if you had, I don't know, taken more pictures as a kid, or held a journal as a kid, or whatever.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, this game kind of recreates that in that it has a photo mode where you can like slow down time. You can zoom in to like person level. And I took so many pictures in this game. Almost as if I was like a tourist, like almost like I was a tourist in my own town. I was taking these pictures, and it was such a vibe.
Okay.
But yeah, the bourgeoisie class killed the momentum for me. I still absolutely love every second of the game that I played. It's my own personal hangups that caused me to just lose all momentum on it.
That's such a funny reason to drop a game. But yeah, the bourgeoisie brought downtown city to number 26 of our top game of the year.
So now we are essentially, because we have an uneven list now, we are basically halfway through.
We are halfway through.
Yup. And it's only gonna get harder from here. It's your turn. You got anything you want to put for like the definitive halfway point of our list?
How do you feel about Gods Will Be Watching?
If you feel strongly about it being here, I'm willing to get rid of it, but it's a bit higher for me. But I also, the thing is like, it's not even just the game itself as much as the sentimentality I have towards it because of our experience together with it that makes it higher. But
yeah, right.
If I was talking about the game itself, then I would be more than happy to let it go. But I do kind of hold it in higher regards because of the sentimentality.
Though, here's the thing. I have other games that I have a sentimentality attached that is exterior to the game itself. So I'm not going to fight against that. You're right.
Okay.
Yep. That's it. Hades 2.
Oh,
number shit! 26. Top game of the year.
Okay.
Okay, I need to explain here because Hades 2 is the shit. It fucks. I've played 94 hours of it. Almost as much as Shogun Showdown. It's 10, if I'm not mistaken, let me just double check. Where is it? Yeah, it's 10 more hours than Silksong for me. Hades 2, I haven't played Hades 1. Hades 2 is a top-down roguelike, and I mean, if you're listening to this podcast, I guess you must have some knowledge of Hades 2. There's a lot going on with this game. What I love the most about it is how perfectly it wraps its narrative design around its gameplay. How insane it is. Like, you do a run, you get in the haunted forest, and you fight through the enemies, get boons from the other Olympians, fight a really buff witch in a witch duel, and then you get to the underworld of the weird abyss with weird fish creatures, and then you die against the I guess furry rendition of Scylla in the Greek mythology, and you get back to the like your abode, your I don't remember how the place is specifically called, but basically your home base of Hades 2, and you have all those characters that have something to say to you about either how your run went, about something that happened outside of the run, about your own progression, about how they feel about you, the character, Melinoe, or you, how Melinoe feel about them. And it just keeps happening. I have about, I think, 105 nights, so 105 runs, and 105 times I've came back to this home base. And every time, characters had something different to say. Not 5 characters, 15 characters or something. Not 15 characters in the base, but like every night you can meet another character, either through a boon or through a random encounter. And it's incredible. It's incredible that such high efforts have been put into the writing of this game. My I guess I'm going to talk about like the characters that I like the most. Doom Incarnate, Moros. I've boned that fucker. I've boned that twink with my bone arm. He's been boned.
Let's go.
Doom Incarnate has been boned. It took me 90 hours, but it was worth it. I really like Hephaestus. Hephaestus, I don't really know how you pronounce it in English. The god of forging and whatever. In the Greek mythology, it's always known that he has a disability or something that makes him stumble or whatever. It's never clear. There are different versions. And in this tradition of Hades, he's a really hot bear in a wheelchair, in a gilded ass wheelchair, and he stays in his workroom all the time and never sees the light of day or whatever. But it's fine. He's happy like that, and he has Aphrodite as a wife, which is literally the goddess of love, and that's really based. And and I really like Hercules, Heracles. I like renditions of Heracles that show him as a bastard, as a sort of bandit or brute or whatever, because that's effectively what Heracles actually is if you look at the actual like tales of him. And Hades 2 respect that by making him an incredibly hot but also cold, such cold eyes on this really just brute bastard, like. And I love those kinds of I love in general when games give their own twists of depictions of well-known mythical characters, and Hades 2 is great for that. But this is what I love the most about Hades 2, and I've played 94 hours of it, and every time I like play a night, how should I put it? I get another reason to play another night. But I'm not enjoying playing this game this much. Like, I think the boon system and stuff, like, it works, but the game is a top-down game where you need to slay a bunch of stuff by pressing X towards them, and you have different special attacks, and you need to manage your mana and stuff, and it's just... I do not think about how I would do or how I would play when I'm not playing this game. I'm more thinking about, oh, this build could be fun in theory. But when you get into practice, not only, well, you don't really have pure mastery over what kind of build you can do, but like there is just, it doesn't rub the roguelike gameplay for me as much as Shogun Showdown did. And another thing is that as much as structurally speaking the game like has like weaves its narrative super well into the gameplay, the story in itself was a bit like there was a lot of build up, a lot of stakes, and I was getting really hyped, and when it wrapped up I felt kind of underwhelmed, unfortunately. I really felt like I was supposed to feel things that were meant for people that played Hades 1. And yeah, that kind of bummed me out. And that's it, honestly. I do not feel like I played 94 hours of these games. I just went by, and it's both a good thing and a bad thing to me.
Right.
And like, but I love Hades for like what it does to the video game landscape or whatever, because I feel like so many of the content in Hades are things that we consider to be secondary in game development. Writing, character interactions, I don't know, love interests, whatever. But here it feels like there are almost more at the center of the game than the gameplay itself. And I like it. I like it because at the end of the game, video games are a medium. They're a means of saying something. And if that something is more about the writing than what you're actually doing as a player, it's fine. Like, I love it this way. I guess, yeah, that's it. It's the highest time, the time for me where I was really feeling like it felt like a great achievement and a really hyped moment, and the moment that I really fucking jigged was the final Kronos boss fight, where the fucking battery, the drums, I mean, went fucking insane as the boss's HP and my own HP went very, very low. The bosses in this game are great, and the soundtrack, the music is just a fucking banger, and this was the highlight for me of this game. And it's just being brought down by how the story wrapped up and how much I don't enjoy playing it as much. I would play it again in a plane, but that's as far as it goes.
Fuck, I would play it again in a plane.
I did not mean it in a mean way, but sorry.
That's
number
kind
26,
of crazy. 25.
25.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I haven't played Hades 2 at all. I did play Hades 1, and that kind of solidified my feelings about roguelikes. Because I didn't like it at all. Like, the writing was good, but I hated the actual act of playing the game so much, and I was like, this is the one everyone says is the best roguelike. This must be a fucking awful genre. And, you know, as you've said, I've played a lot of roguelikes, so it's not like I swore off of it and never gave it another shot. It's just like every time I've given it a shot, I've just been like, yep, this is exactly how I feel about every other roguelike I've played. And
I'm fine with roguelikes personally. I genuinely like them. Some of my most played games are like Darkest Dungeon is kind of a roguelike, but also kind of worst in every single way. And
Yeah.
I love it for that. And there is another game in this list that's a roguelike, but yeah, that's it's despite really liking roguelikes, this is as far as Hades 2 goes for me.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
Shit.
All right. Okay. So Hades 2, number 25 on our 2025 Games of the Year list. Number 24, I'm going to be giving that to Unfinished Swan. I can't fucking believe Unfinished Swan is getting placed higher than Hades 2 on this list. I'm so relieved that Hades 2 is gone, personally. Not that I have anything against it as much as it's one less thing I have to worry about because honestly, going into this, I wasn't sure if you were going to be pushing this for like number 2 even. So this is kind of a surprise for me. But Unfinished Swan is a really cute little game. It's like a couple hours. I played it on the Vita literally like this week. Like I played it on my lunch breaks on Wednesday and Thursday at work. And it is a game that kind of initially starts where you are in a completely white void to the point where you can't even see anything or like what you are or where you are. But you are able to toss out little paintballs that will paint the environment so you can kind of see like the geometry of the level and figure out where to go from there. And then it just kind of builds on that. It's this really cute little story. The gameplay is really interesting. The only knock I really have against it is that it gave me motion sickness, but other than that, it's like this really nice game that I honestly will probably replay. It's just this nice...
Just wait, hold on. What is this? I mean, all you're saying sounds really fucking cool, like, but what's it about? What's the goal of the game?
So the goal of the game is it's basically like an interactive children's book, more or less. So it's called Unfinished Swan because the character you're playing as is this kid who his mom is a painter and he's always really loved this painting that she never finished of a swan. And so one day he's in bed and the swan comes out of the painting and flies away. And so you're trying to follow the swan to catch up to it because you love the painting and you want to keep it. And so you're going through these environments and you're kind of having a little like children's book story read out to you that you're interacting with.
Okay.
You go and like you go into this kingdom and the king is a painter and he painted this kingdom for his wife that he loved but she wasn't really into it, so you're going through all these different things he painted. It's very it's kind of like Clair Obscur almost. Painting based games, but it's just like a little cute little narrative game. Honestly, I recommend it. It's only a couple hours. It's on Steam. It's probably a better experience on Steam than it was for me on Vita because it is a first person game. I honestly might even buy the Steam version and play it. Because there's some cool stuff. There's some weird design choices. There's little balloons that you can collect throughout the level because your paintballs not only will paint whatever surface they hit, but they also have like physics attached to them. So sometimes you might need to like throw a paintball out to like pull a lever. But there's like a bunch of different stuff you can get by collecting the balloons that are laid out throughout the levels, including like a fucking paint sniper rifle, which sounds really interesting to me. But it is this very short narrative game that has like a definitive conclusion, and there's no way you can get that sniper rifle until you're at the very end of the game. So it's really just for like if you want to play through it again with a different way to shoot the paint out. But it's really cool. I really liked this game.
Interesting. Okay. Cool. We can do this.
Halfway through, baby.
We've been
recording for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe next year let's only do new games.
Nah.
You're right. Fuck them. We're gonna play 80 games this year.
Yep.
Okay, so number 24 goes to Unfinished Swan. Do you have anything you're ready to put up at 23?
I got nothing. Tell me how you feel about Dokapon Kingdom.
Dokapon Kingdom is in my top 10. I'm ready to get rid of Tearaway. I can do that.
All right.
So Tearaway is another game I played on my Vita. I basically, when I got my Vita, which was a little over a month ago, my fiance got me the Vita as an early Christmas gift because we were going to be flying to Kentucky for Thanksgiving, and the ROG Ally is absolute ass, and so there's no way I could play that on a plane for a combined total of like 12 hours. So I got the Vita, and I picked Uncharted Golden Abyss and Tearaway as like kind of the first games I wanted to play on the Vita, just because they are the games that take advantage of what the PS Vita can do most. And so a lot of the same things I would say about Uncharted Golden Abyss. It is a PS Vita-ass PS Vita game for better and for worse. There's a lot of mechanics where you have to use the back touchpad for various things. In this game, a much more charming way. Honestly, I really loved this game. I would put it higher, but it overstayed its welcome as well, but in a very different way than Ape Escape 3 did. Whereas Ape Escape 3 was just too long, whereas Tearaway, the last section of it involved a lot of gyro controls. Not something you want to do on a handheld where like you had to do a lot of like rotating the Vita around to move like objects in the world based on the gravity of like where you're tilting your Vita. If you remember the shrines in Breath of the Wild where you had to like rotate the Switch or the Wii U gamepad.
I did not even get to that point.
Okay. There were some shit-ass shrines in Breath of the Wild where you had to, like, rotate the Wii U gamepad to move a ball around a maze. And if you can imagine how awful that is, but you also have to be looking at the screen, and so you're, like, ready to throw up at any second, that's kind of how the last section of Tearaway is. But up to that point, this was a, like, fucking awesome game. It's another like light platformer, more having to do with the different like puzzles that you can solve by using the different features of the PS Vita. The PS Vita has a front camera like a cell phone would, and so it's like always on. And so there are like times where your face is the sun in like a Teletubbies kind of way. And so there will be points where like the camera has the sun in shot and your face is just there, and it's really funny. It's a really cool game. I don't really have like a lot of collective thoughts to say about it. I also am kind of dreading how long we've been recording and how much we have to go, so I'm gonna cut it short a little. But this is a great game. They did like a remake kind of for the PS4. I have no fucking idea how that game would work because it is a PS Vita game at its core. The PS4 cannot do what the PS Vita can do. It's probably kind of ass compared to like I'm thinking if you stripped away all the PS Vita-ness of Tearaway, it would be a fine platforming game. It's made by fuck, what are they called? Media Molecule? Is that who makes Little Big Planet? It's made by the studio that makes Little Big Planet. I don't care for Little Big Planet. So I imagine Tearaway on the PS4 is like the same quality as Little Big Planet.
All right.
But it's a solid ass game on the Vita.
I feel your what you're saying about like we still have a lot of games, we still have a lot of games to go, but we can't help. I guess we're just too good. We just have so many things, and we are so articulate and stuff. That's
Yep. That's why is our articulation. That's it. So it goes back to my turn. So I'll just get rid of a game about digging a hole now.
Okay.
This game fucking rules. It's exactly what it says it is, and I don't know. That's kind of all you need to know.
I guess I need to play it? Question mark?
Yes, you do. You need to play this fucking game. It's
Okay.
it's like a clicker kind of game, progression wise, where it is like, you start with a shovel that can only shovel like a tiny amount of dirt, and as you're it's literally just like you've got a patch of dirt in your backyard that you have the masculine urge to dig in. And
Okay, yeah,
so
you can stop your pitch now, I
okay.
think.
It's already perfect.
It's about the masculine urge to want to dig a hole. All right.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Fine.
Okay.
It is my turn.
Number 21.
A game about digging a hole is at number 22.
Yes.
And now I'm doing number 21. At number 21, I think this is... Okay, I just want to a vibe check, but I have something that I'm ready to let go of. How do you feel about Indika?
Indika's very high on my list.
All right. I'm not going to ask you about Lies of P. Metal Gear Acid.
I'm kind of surprised that you haven't poked me on Lies of P Overture yet, even though it's a DLC.
I don't care that it's a DLC. There are plenty of things like.
Yeah, so is Silksong. So.
Huh. Motherfucker. All right. We'll get there, I guess.
If anything, that joke was not a knock on Silksong as much as it was a praise of Lies of P Overture.
All right.
Fine. What were you ready to
100 line.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not now, it's going to be in a few. I'm just getting a vibe check of what you would be willing to let go in a few or anything right now. If nothing right now, then this is the place for 100 line.
Go for it.
Right. 100 line Last Defense Academy is at number 21. 100 line Last Defense Academy is made by the team and overall creative director of the Danganronpa games. This is his latest big and ambition game, which he made in collaboration with the creative director of the Nonary games. I think that's like, in collaboration with one of the big creative directors of the Nonary games. What the Nonary games have are extremely like branch-like endings and a meta-narrative around the branching of its own story. And so 100 Line Last Defense Academy is this latest super ambitious project. There is so fucking much going on in this game, and like it would feel kind of pointless, I think, to resume what's going on or whatever. The main thing is that there are 100 days. After 100 days, quote unquote, the game is done. You play as a dude who's a classmate of, there are other characters, they're all classmates. There is a director of the academy, and you need to defend the academy for 100 days. And you play through the game the first time, and it's purely linear. You cannot make any choice. And you play through the 100 games, and you get this middling ending, and you are being asked, would you do this again? Your character is given the canon choice of being given the power to turn back time and do it again. And so you do. You can choose not to, and you get a cliffhanger ending which has no payoff whatsoever in any of the other branches, and that's one of the big problems with this game. So if you do things over, you instantly get into some interesting narrative stuff where like you start to be able to make decisions. So for example, there is a traitor in the class that reveals himself at the very, very end. And so you find that traitor very early on, and you confront him, and you're like, one of the big choices you have is, okay, do you kill him here and now, or do you let him live? And doing that will branch your narrative. And basically, it's only choices like that and like that and like that. And there are a bunch of things that this game is interesting in, and that the game performs well in. I think it's generally well written. I think you want to know more about most of the characters. With all the way the game branches, you have in fact 100 different endings. And it's incredible, and you play through it, and you finish, you get one ending, and you are left with so many mysteries. And you're like, well, I want to play the other endings. Maybe I will find out what happened and what was mysterious and whatever here. And well, to cut it short, I have played 194.9 hours of this game. And I have unlocked every achievements, the 47 achievements. And up until the 190 hour point, I was still hyped. The game also carries over your progression with your stats and stuff. So it means that after like your second or third run through, you are basically broken and the gameplay is basically meaningless. You can skip battles, but the logistics isn't really well made because you keep watching a bunch of stuff. It's really it becomes a pain to play through, but at this point you're in mostly for the story, right?
Right.
And unfortunately, once at this point I was like, well, there are not nearly enough endings left for me to be answered the stuff that I'm more curious about, but maybe there is going to be a final true ending once I 100 complete all the 100 lines. And I complete the 100 lines, I get the last few endings necessaries, and nothing.
It's just nothing.
Just nothing.
That is kind of crazy to me. I don't understand that at all.
Simple. I mean, I understand it. This game was rushed. This game was a big passion project, and it already cost a lot. And I think they were just running out of time. And I don't mean in a like. I don't think they knew where they wanted those 100 lines or whatever to go. I know that the game Zero Escape, something Dilemma.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact name. Like the second one, I watched the full let's play of it on YouTube, and it is very concise and it is very satisfying. All the information you get and how they complement each other at the end. And this isn't that game. And it's incredibly disappointing because, like, I can say I can solidly say that now, like, 100 hours of this playing this game was quickly written story that wasn't really fully satisfying, and just a lot of grind also to getting through, because even if you can skip the battles you've already done, you still need to actually get through the days and talk to the characters and verify that you haven't missed anything on any good content or whatever. And I mean, and it helped a lot that I was playing it on the couch with my sister, and that we were both really into the Danganronpa games, and that we both talked to each other and theorized about what was going on in the story and shit. I wouldn't have sticked with it nearly as long if I was playing it alone. And in the same way, it wouldn't have made it up this much up in the list if it wasn't for one of the endings that you get once you redo the game over again, which is the only ending where you get a proper cinematic at the end. So in many ways, it feels like the true ending, even though you can get it very early on. It's really an interesting and cool fucking ending that actually wraps up the game well, and it almost makes me want to like have a version of the game that has like 3 different endings tops that have as much quality as this one did. But also,
Yeah.
I understand the want of the game to have 100 different endings because there was the potential there. But also, most of those endings are just variations, very slight variations of other endings. The amount of endings that, like, of branches that actually go batshit and that conclude in a unique way, I can think of 6 or 7 on the top of my head out of the 100 that are the other ones that are either bad endings or comic endings or romance route endings or whatever. But also this game like is the kind of thing where I'm like, at the same time I would have wanted a more concise experience that I would feel less confused about, and that would have taken as much time. But at the same time, one of the reasons that I keep thinking about this game is because of just its insane concept and its insane ambitions. But that's as far as it goes. I still would like. I know what I said about the game sounds like the most fucking downer thing ever, but I would legit give this game a go if you are into sci-fi ambitious stories, and I would say like you only need to hit credits twice on this game to get most of the good shit.
Yeah, I wanted to ask like how many runs was it between like the initial ending and then the one you said that feels like the true ending?
So it was a lot. Like I think it was the 60th or 70th ending that I got, but I know for a fact that this one you can get it very early on. So I would recommend getting a guide if you want to get it, because you will need to know which early choices you need to make. They're not that
Right.
hard to guess because they're mostly the most sensible, less psychopathic ones. If anything, it's either the first or second ending or third ending that you're going to get. I think playing
That
this
makes
game quote
sense
unquote normally.
yeah, that makes sense to me because what this feels like is a game that has 100 possible endings that you're only supposed to get like 10 of.
No, I mean,
Like if you're like a normal person, you'll play this game to satisfaction and stop. If that
no,
makes
and
sense.
I would push
No?
that back against that because the other endings push such concepts and do not fully explain what the fuck was going on that you're like, what the fuck? Like, there is a, okay, I'm going to give this without context. There is an ending where it goes into a zombie outbreak. Like,
Yeah. You've
yeah,
told me about
and
that
it's
one.
fucking insane when it happens. And you're like, what the fuck? And of course, you will want another ending to see what's the payoff and what's the explanation there is for that. And this one in particular, there is an explanation, and it's fucking cool. Okay, it's one of the few that's good, but like most of the others just aren't, and we're talking about dozens and dozens of hours.
Yeah.
There is another branch where you pretty much date the main villain antagonist. This one is really fucking cool.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, that's. I hope this isn't going to be the death blow of whatever this game creator, creative director is making, because from what I understand, this game really sold poorly,
It's a
and
hard sell, I think.
it is such a hard sell, and like it was such a bummer for me to finish it after the 200 hours mark, but also the highs were so high and the concept was such a high concept. I can't believe this game ranked higher than Hades 2, but when I was
Me
passionate
neither.
about this game, when I was really into what it was bringing in terms of scenario and stuff. And when I was talking about it with my sister and stuff, it was just this hype.
Yeah, I remember you talking about it, and it was literally like for a few weeks you were telling me about how this was the best game ever and that I needed to play it, and then suddenly you were like, this game is shit. It was, and like you gave me the same rant essentially. Literally, so what happened was Victor and I think we were just playing Monster Hunter Wilds at the time. Victor messaged me and he was like, I hope you're ready. I need to rant about 100 Line Last Defense Academy tonight. And I was like, all right, I am here for it. And usually, especially when we were in the peak of Monster Hunter Wilds, we were doing like 3-4 hour sessions, and that rant lasted almost an entire one of those long Monster Hunter sessions. So, I'm impressed that you managed to get it in what looks like 20 minutes to me based on our recording time.
No, it took 20 minutes. Ah! I thought I was in a solid 10 minutes.
Maybe it was 10. I don't know. I'm delirious at this point.
Me too.
Number 21 goes to 100 Line Last Defense Academy. I
am literally dying, but we need to go on.
We have reached the top 20. My heart is so warmed that this game made it to our top 20. It is time to go. Gods will be watching. You have heard us talk enough about it. I'm putting it on this number 20 list, and we are moving on to number 19.
Yeah, you know what? I feel perfect about it because I think that Gods Will Be Watching is just a slightly better science fiction story than the 100 Line Last Defense Academy, just by the value of it being concise and like I guess I would have ranked it lower if we didn't record a podcast about it, and more importantly, if I didn't revisit it with you, because revisiting it made me appreciate so much more what it was doing from a political and ideological perspective, which I think is actually something that it was just really good. And I like it a lot more.
If you're listening to this and you somehow didn't listen to what our like actual show is about, we talked about it extensively. Go listen to that. I definitely don't think this is the number 20 game of 2025 that either of us played in terms of how good the game is, but like how much I appreciate it for what, it gave to us specifically. It is good enough that I'm so happy it got to the top 20 at the very least.
All right. Me too.
Number 19, Victor.
Number 19. Damn. I'll be honest, this is the point where I'm only going to target your own games because I feel strongly about everything that's on my end.
That is fair. Do you want me to just do 19 through 15 right now?
Fuck it.
Because I could. Okay.
All right.
Number 19, I am going to give that to Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. I love this game. I fucking love Sonic, as we've discussed previously, and this is just a really fun kart racer that evolves on some of the mechanics that have been introduced in other Sonic racing games. The transformation mechanics introduced in Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed is back, and it's great. The boards from Sonic Riders are back, and they are not as mechanically complex as they were in that game, but it is a very cool feeling to feel how different the normal carts are compared to the boards from Sonic Riders. That's really cool. SpongeBob is in this game for some fucking reason, and when that got leaked, the Sonic community collectively thought it was a joke, and honestly, it's so fucking funny seeing SpongeBob and Patrick in this game. I have always felt like the next evolution of Mario Kart should be like a Super Kart Bros, like just a Smash kart racer, but I also don't give a shit about Mario Kart. So it was really nice for me to be able to play a kart racer this year, satiate my fiance's desire to play Mario Kart this year without having to suffer through playing Mario Kart. And I love that about this game, almost as much as I love the sonicness of this game. Number 18, I am going to give that to Onimusha Warlords. This is a really cool game from the PS2. This is essentially a Resident Evil game, but you're a samurai. And it just fucking rules. I played it alongside the MinMax podcast Deepest Dive back when they did that earlier this year. I have started playing Onimusha 2, but I have not played enough of it to really feel comfortable putting it here. This is just a solid ass game. I really fucking love it. It does some really cool things with the like Resident Evil formula. Fun fact, actually, in an early build of Onimusha Warlords, there was a bug where when you would hit an enemy, you would juggle them in the air. And the creative director of Devil May Cry saw that and was like, that's fucking sick, and that is why you are juggling enemies in Devil May Cry. There's actually a lot of similarities between this and Devil May Cry. Both are games where you smack zombie-like creatures with a sword and collect their soul orbs. Solid-ass game. I don't know what to say about it other than that. It's a fucking sick-ass game.
All right.
I'm kind of rapid-firing here a bit. But, oh my god, I'm going to have so much to say about these. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Wait, okay. Let me do some organization real quick. How are we feeling about Tekken 8?
Oh, man. We're getting into it. I think... Oh, man. How are we feeling about Tekken 8? How are we feeling about UFO 50?
Okay, yeah. I was literally about to ask that if you weren't ready for Tekken 8.
UFO 50 at number 17.
17.
I love that this game exists, and I love that most of the game in UFO 50, it's a selection. I mean, it's not a selection, it's 50 fake, real video games of a fake console and their advancement in history as the console gets more and more upgrades and is being more and more exploited by the game developers. It's both an homage to the real history of making video games, of how the technology evolves and how different genres are being made into those very, all of it is pixel art, all of it is pretty much like trying to get as much you can get from a, 32-bit console. And it's just great because some of those games are genuinely not just demos, not just concepts. They're all of them just fuck. All of the games that I've tried really did an impression on me on the first 2 hours, and I haven't played all of them. I think it's a game that I would recommend literally anyone to play. Like, both old people that want to feel nostalgic, of course, but honestly, a kid that all they ever played were mobile games or Fortnite or whatever, I think they would get something out of this. I don't know, maybe I'm being too optimistic, but there's something about the simplicity of those games that has such insane value to me.
Yeah, no, I think like part of the towering achievement of this game is that it is essentially the exact experience you could get if you handed a kid an NES and 50 NES games. For better and for worse, a lot of those games are going to be fantastic. A lot of those games are going to play for 5 minutes and go, what the fuck is this shit, and put it away. But that's kind of what is excellent about this game. And even in that experience of finding games that kind of suck, you are like getting the metatextual narrative of like this game studio that has made all these games and seeing how they've experimented and evolved. and it's just really exciting. It is a kind of like once in a lifetime game that I can't imagine we'll ever see anything else like this again.
Unfortunately, that's how I feel too, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that it inspired other people. At number 17, I'm glad it ranked this high.
Me too, especially because I played this game last year.
You were going to rank 5 games. You ranked 2. What's going on?
Yeah, how are we feeling about Tekken 8?
Fuck you.
Genuinely, though. Genuinely,
the highs are so fucking high, man. It's the first Tekken game I've played, and it got me into listening to some Tekken soundtrack, including one of the tracks I've listened to the most this year that I've made you listen to. Learning a completely new style of fighting game was an experience for me in and of itself. Honestly, the ranked fighting and fighting other people was fine, but mostly spending my time in the training area and learning how to play Tekken, and spending a good amount of time customizing my favorite character, June, and giving her some sick outfits. Now, Tekken is going higher.
okay.
Okay, wait, hold on. It is technically your turn, okay?
Yeah.
But I'm going to defend Tekken, but shit.
Well, I'm only poking at it because I am at the point where I fucking love everything else, and I want to know if you fucking love Tekken 8.
I fucking love Tekken 8.
Okay, that is fair. That is fair. I will pick one then. Number 16 is going to go to Metal Gear Acid. This is such a weird fucking game. I can't believe we're placing it higher than UFO 50, but I love that we are. This is a card-based tactical RPG set in the Metal Gear universe that is also having some weird visual novel stuff going on at the same time. It's like you would think a card-based tactical RPG would not translate the Metal Gear formula whatsoever, and in some ways it kind of doesn't, but in other ways I forgot I was playing a card-based tactical RPG and wasn't just playing Metal Gear Solid. It is such a good weird fucking game. It's on the PSP. There is a Metal Gear Acid 2 that I want to play so fucking bad, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. I don't know what to say, man. It's so fucking good. It's so weird. I love how weird it is and that it exists. We have not eliminated it yet, but like Metal Gear Solid 2 is a game that I played for the first time this year and I absolutely fucking loved, but I don't think I had actual fun playing it for more than like 10 minutes. Metal Gear Acid, I could not put that shit down. I was having so much fun playing that game. I was playing it so much that I was getting like Tetris effect, where a part of the basic mechanics of it is like you have cards that are like USP, ration, stuff like that, stuff you could use, and they cost a certain amount of time basically until you can take your next turn, or you could expend them to move a few spaces. And I was playing this game so much that I was like walking around at work on the tiled floor and thinking about how many tiles I could walk before I had to expend another card. Like it was bleeding into my real life, just how much my mind was inside Metal Gear Acid.
Yeah, I can definitely get that. I'm watching a bit of a gameplay like right now on YouTube. It sure looks fucking weird, but also like I remember feeling completely like the way you describe it, completely like being entranced, I guess, or like hyper focused, or like thinking about it all the time. Like anyway, it doesn't leave your mind. Just the actions of it just the mechanics of navigating it and the decision making and the possibilities. And I remember feeling that way about like XCOM, Enemy Unknown. Like,
Yeah. I'm sure that it's a very similar kind of feeling.
all right, well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm glad we have some weird games up there.
Me too. I'm so happy this is in the top 20. That's at number 16.
All right, this is at number 16. My turn. How do you feel about Persona 3 Portable?
If you want to hold on to Tekken 8 a little longer, I can get rid of Persona 3 Portable. I'm impressed that you clocked that was next on my personal list after Metal Gear Acid, actually.
It's because you've told to me about it recently, and like,
Yeah.
I know there is only, like, it's impressive that you're getting this much out of an old-ass JRPG, but also there's only so much it can do, I think.
Yeah. Persona 3 Portable is basically the only game on this list where I don't feel like my opinion is fully solidified yet. I'm about 45 hours into it, and depending on which score you choose to consider truthfully on howlongtobeat.com, it's either a 60-hour game or an 80-hour game. I kind of feel like I'm coming closer to the end, but I'm sure that there's gonna be some wild card that throws me off. I actually just yesterday moved this up a few spaces in my personal list because I hit a scene that like genuinely moved me emotionally, which hadn't really happened before. It's hard for me to talk about this game without comparing it to like Metaphor ReFantazio, because they are the only like super JRPGs that I've really played, and I've played both for about 45 hours. And I fell off of Metaphor ReFantazio because I loved the gameplay, but I found the writing to be really bland. And I'm kind of having the opposite experience in Persona 3 Portable, where the way this... Have you played Persona 3 at all?
No, not at all.
So the way this works, and maybe this is how like all SMT games work, but it wasn't how Metaphor worked, is that you are kind of having like your daily events like Persona style usually is, but then the dungeon is like one tower that you return to whenever like you want to and are able to at night. And so you're kind of just advancing through this tower throughout the game, and you'll hit roadblocks that like you can't progress through the tower anymore until the next big story event happens. And I both like and care very little about the Tartarus exploration. I do like it because I can kind of switch modes really easily in this game, where like right now I just want to progress story, so I progress story. Right now I want this to be a podcast game, so I will explore Tartarus. And that is a really nice kind of like clear separation that you can do. There are a lot of games where I kind of go back and forth between it being a podcast game and a like full attention game, but some of them are difficult because like you might need to suddenly pause the podcast because story is happening, whereas this is like, I want to listen to this whole podcast, I'll explore Tartarus as long as until the podcast is over. And that's really nice. That's where a lot of my playtime has actually come from. And also playing it on the PS Vita, which is a pocketable handheld console. I've played it fucking everywhere, man. I played it waiting for a doctor's appointment. I played it on the plane to Kentucky. I played it in the car ride we took to see my aunt in Kentucky. I play this shit everywhere. I play it on the elevator to go upstairs at work for like 30 seconds. Like, I love that about the Vita. And yeah, this is just a solid ass game. It's sold me way harder on playing the rest of the Persona games than Metaphor did, Metaphor kind of made me want to try Persona 3 specifically because it's the only one I hadn't like dabbled in at all. Whereas I have dabbled in 4 and 5 before. But this has sold me on, like, as soon as my Steam Deck gets here and I'm ready for another Persona game, getting Persona 5 Royal and booting that shit up on my deck.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I really like this game, and I'm happy that it has gotten to number 15 on our top games of 2025. Number 14, how are we feeling about Tekken 8?
I think that's about... Okay. SSX Tricky? Question mark?
SSX Tricky is in my top 10, which we have not reached yet.
What is your next game here? Like
my next game is Indika.
Okay.
But did Tekken 8 move you as much as Indika moved me?
Dude, the campaign of Tekken 8 is actually fire. Like actually you would enjoy so much Tekken 8 campaign, like especially maybe not the whole campaign, but like just the final section and what you do and shit, the music, it's just how camp. Okay, here's the thing with Tekken 8, okay? I didn't understand what Tekken 8's deal was until I started playing through it. Like, all I knew was the character designs and shit, and all I knew was like, damn, these are cool character designs, but I didn't know what the vibe of Tekken as a kind of story and other art style, whatever it was. And then I started, and I understood immediately, oh, this is camp anime. Tekken 8 is so camp anime shonen shit. It's so insane with the fucking insane soundtrack and dubstep going. Tekken 8 is such a good fucking game, and learning the intricacy of Tekken overall as a game, which is part of the experience to me, because I've never played a Tekken game before. When I understood that it was... Okay, here's the thing. One of my favorite games is For Honor. Like, it's the fighting game that I've played of the most. It's really janky, and it's a shame that it hasn't reached... Like, there was a lot of stuff in its way to get a good things, like messy mods that force team play, multiplayer in a fighting game that shouldn't have any, a shit ass campaign and whatever, and some looting and some Ubisoft shit basically got in the way. The fact that this game survived for so many years is a statement of how good the core gameplay was. And what I love about For Honor is that it's a third-person fighting game in which neutral is everything and pressure is everything, and just the action of walking slowly while keeping your guard up towards your adversary, there is nothing that puts more the pressure than that. And Tekken is me rediscovering that in a game that in a classical game that has clearly much more experience with this kind of stuff because of, the fucking dozens of years of them making this game. And combine this vibe with, like, the experience of learning the Tekken and even the experience of just customizing your character with all those different clothes and shit. Like, I just had such a great time, and even some meditative moments of me just being in the training grounds and learning combos. Like, the people have been screaming at the Tekken 8 Season 2 and like how the matchmaking is and how the meta is and stuff. And honestly, these people have put me off of playing the game multiplayer, not just because I didn't want to embrace this kind of sweatiness in the first place. And like, I don't know. I kind of missed the point, the very specific point in video game history where like a game didn't have to be like only its main game mode and that just enjoying the other side modes that you genuinely enjoyed for the sake of it could mean dozens of hundreds of hours. Like when Smash Bros was something other than just the multiplayer, even though I love Smash Bros multiplayer, just how you could genuinely spend some good quality time with the other game modes. Like that's what Tekken 8 is to me.
Okay. Your Tekken 8 speech has moved me almost as much as Indika moved me. And you know, as a sort of consolation, because I have flooded this game's list with a shit ton of old ass PS2 games and some PSP games, I am willing to cut 3 games before I'm going to start poking you about Tekken 8 again. How about that?
It pleases me a lot. I feel all warm inside and shit.
Okay, good.
So
okay.
I believe you.
Number 14 is going to go to Indika. This is a really just like cool, beautiful game that is a sort of exploration on religion and what it does to people who are so entrenched in it. It is a sort of contemplative piece on like mental illness and how something like that might interact with religious dogma. And it's just this really good game. It's gamified in some really interesting ways that make it like so much more interesting as a game than just as a story. You know, we talk a lot about how game stories, even the best stories in games, aren't even as good as like good stories in other mediums. But where I think that logic fails is in the games that take full advantage of being a game and incorporating that into the story, and that is what Indika does so beautifully. And I just really love this game. I think everyone should play it. I think you should play it. It's like 3 or 4 hours long. It is not a significant time investment. Put that shit on your Steam Deck. It'll run like ass, but you'll have a good time anyways. Because it kind of runs like ass no matter what you're playing it on, because it's a Eurojank ass game. I don't remember the story exactly, but the developers had to like flee Russia because of the like heresy they were committing in making this game. It's a fantastic fucking game. Way better than Tekken 8, but whatever. So my number 14
probably
game
it's
on
just
this list is Indika. And then a game that I feel really guilty about putting above Indika, but I can't help it. At number 13, we're going to have Dokapon Kingdom. This is a PS2 game that just this year, I think, had a re-release on PC and Switch, and you can play it online now. But I played it on PS2 with my fiance. This is a really weird, like, Mario Party, but JRPG kind of game where, the main like story mode.
Just for context, I've watched Super Hypertroph streams of Dokapon Kingdom.
Okay.
So
you've seen kind of how it works.
I've seen hell, indeed.
Yeah, this is a game that will put you through hell. So
did you play it solo?
No, I played with my fiance. And so we were playing, like, because of the nature of what the game is, we were playing like competitively, but we were also, it was this really cool mix of like, at different points in the game, because we were playing the story mode, which took us, like, I didn't get a solid hour count because this game doesn't track that, but probably about 100 hours, if not more, at least several dozens of hours. at various points throughout the game, like, we had been sort of competitive, but there were points where, like, we wanted to advance the story, so we would have to start working together. That was really cool. We weren't playing with any NPCs. I'm sure the game would be even more hellish if we were. It was just the two of us. But this is like a Mario Party kind of game where you are like, you're rolling for how many spaces you can move, and that space can either be like a town that you own or your competitor owns or is currently like holding a monster that you have to beat, and if you beat it then you own that town. And the point of the whole game, like what actually allows you to win, is literally just how much money you have. But like the different achievements you're accomplishing throughout the game is allowing you to earn more money faster and like in larger amounts at any given point. You have all these various like RPG classes that you can switch to, and if you advance enough in that job, they pay you more every week. And if you master like a bunch of jobs, your paycheck goes way up, so it's worth it to like keep going back to the castle to change jobs. And this game wouldn't be this high on the list, especially not above Indika or even like Metal Gear Acid, if it weren't for like the big climax of the game where I just had the most like transformative, otherworldly, euphoric experience playing it with my fiance, where we had basically just been suffering at the hands of like the final bad guy that you have to beat, to the point where we were like so close in competition with each other after several periods of either her being so far ahead of me or me being so far ahead of her. We had both gotten our asses beat into the ground so hard that at this point we were on like the same playing field, and I wasn't sure who would even win the ultimate game after we beat the bad guy. But we basically just decided, like, this needs to end. We need to fucking kill this guy. Let's work together. And this is a part, I think I have very strong opinions on randomness and like dice. Like, you don't roll a die in Dokapon, but you spin a spinner, which is the same fucking thing. And I think they don't belong in video games. I think video games exist so we don't have to use shit-ass tabletop gaming mechanics like dice. But this is like one of the scenarios in which the chaos that can arise from rolling a die worked in such harmony, such perfection, where we were both like in the final room waiting to roll the right number to get to the final boss so we could try fighting it. We were trying to fight it together because if one person is fighting an enemy and they die, whatever damage they did stays until a certain number of turns pass and that enemy heals. So we were just like, we have a much better chance if we're both fighting him. Like, even though it's a separate fight, technically, like, we'll still be dealing damage to him cooperatively. And we just had this perfect fucking moment where she rolled and landed on him. And I was like, oh shit, okay, start us off. Let's go. She starts fighting him. And he almost kills her, but not quite yet. I roll and I finally land on him. And it is like, I'm going to talk about this kind of moment a lot more with a different game, but it was like the fucking final battle in an anime where the main theme starts playing. Like, it felt exactly like that. Both of us squaring up against fucking Rico Sr., the final bad guy of Dokapon Kingdom, trading turns. He fucking kills her, and I take like a wild gamble move on a debuff that would debuff the both of us, but if he whiffed his attack, I could then beat the shit out of him with my next attack, and it fucking worked. And it was just like this beautiful moment that I've never experienced in any other game, and I was doing it with my fiance, and it was fucking amazing. And for that, Dokapon makes it so high. I love this game so much. And I almost never want to play it again because it was so painful and it beat my ass so hard. But I know we are going to play it again because we were playing this game for dead ass like 10 hours a day, sitting next to each other on the couch, rotting our fucking brain, spinning these spinners. And
Jesus Christ.
And it was amazing.
Damn.
So I promised 3, so I'll deliver my 3rd before I poke you about Tekken 8 again.
I mean, hold on, like that speech you told me about Dokapon, like it moved me too. Like honestly, I can let go of Tekken here and now. Like
okay, if you're willing,
I am willing. Like that's. I think Tekken goes here. Like I feel really strongly about it. I think I've seen what Dokapon Kingdom does to people. I am absolutely willing to let Tekken 8 lie here for me. There is a bunch of garbage in Tekken 8. There is also some, like, they're trying to do something where, like, AI generated, like, bot that trains on other people's plays or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even care because it's about my own experience, and I feel like all of the garbage that everyone is complaining about and putting bad reviews on Steam and stuff, like this is one of the arcades where I'm like, I really don't give a shit simply because I don't want to give credit to things that aren't part of my life and my experience. And Tekken 8 was a meditative and enjoyable experience where I was enjoying the core of the game itself, which is something that it didn't happen in a long time. And I think that's where it lands, just like really just after the insane Dokapon Kingdom you've just shared.
Awesome. Okay. So Tekken 8 will be our number 12 game. I need another quick pee break, but also my Steam Deck just got delivered and I need it to not be sitting at my doorstep to be stolen. So yes. I will be right back.
Okay.
10 minutes later.
Oh, got the goods?
Yep.
Nice.
It's here. I literally, part of why I was so stressed about it was like just this morning a YouTube short popped up on my fucking recommended feed that was like the biggest problem with the Steam Deck, and I was like, oh no, what is it? And their complaint about the Steam Deck was that the package that gets delivered to you says that it's a Steam Deck on it. And so there's been a lot of Steam Deck theft recently. So I was like, oh yeah, I gotta get that shit inside the second that it's on my doorstep.
Yeah. It's it's insane to me that just things that are just delivered and just sit on the doorstep. Like if it's a package, what we get in France is like either it's being delivered on hand or it's being put in stock in a like somewhere where you can pick it up later, like another office or whatever. Sometimes it can be a pain because it's like far away from where you are and you need to ask it again, but like never is it just sitting in the open unless it's like a small thing.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready to get back into this?
Yeah, I say we just go for it.
Okay. So at number 11, which is this is a spot I'm really happy for this game to be at, because I definitely don't think it deserves to be in the top 10. I don't know if it even on its face it deserves to be at number 11, but this is another I love my fiance kind of game. We have SSX Tricky. This is a skateboarding game. Sorry, oh my god, I did it. This is a snowboarding game from the PS2 that is almost like basically an expansion of SSX, the first game, where it's like all the same characters, all the same maps for the most part, but there's just more going on with it. Um, and then we dabbled in SSX3 a little bit, and SSX3 is a lot more like advanced and complex, but like it's probably a technically better game, but the more simplicity of SSX Tricky drew us more towards it. So this is not the first time I had ever played SSX Tricky, but it is the first time I dove deep into it, which makes me feel more comfortable with it being here. But part of what I really appreciate about this game is that my fiance is not that much of a gamer. She doesn't have like a shit ton of experience before me. She doesn't have a lot of experience playing games like outside of what we play together and Fields of Mistria at this point. But SSX Tricky is a game that she has played her whole life because she played it on like her brother's GameCube as a kid. And it was like the only game that she would play like by herself, almost to the degree of which like I would play a game. And so throughout our relationship, we've been together for several years. We would start playing SSX Tricky like on our GameCube, and she would whoop my fucking ass.
Yeah.
This is the only game we've ever played which I felt so unbelievably outclassed playing against her. And so when I got my PS2, part of why I got it is because I've always had this collection of PS2 games, and I've always had a broken PS2. And when we've been sitting there wondering what to do to pass the time, I've looked at my PS2 games all sad because like I feel like they would be a great way to spend time together. And so finally I was like, let's play SSX Tricky. You love this game. I want to love this game as much as you do. Let's get into it. And so we started playing it together, and she would whoop my fucking ass, and we started like collaborating on progressing the characters, because the way it works is that you essentially have all these characters and you can go through like the world circuit just like doing the races on every map, and if you get a gold medal in them, then you get a certain amount of like stat points and you unlock new boards and outfits and whatever. So we would basically trade off racing in world circuits. We would trade off in the show off mode, which is a mode where you go down the slopes and just try and get as many tricking points as possible to get gold medals. And we just had so much fun. Like even before, like this was before Dokapon Kingdom, we would also just be sitting there for hours on the couch next to each other, rotting our fucking brains playing SSX Tricky. And it was so fun. It was such a blast. The hardest fucking thing in the game is the final map, the show off mode version of it. You need to get like 3 million fucking points to get the gold medal on this map. And this is a map that doesn't have a whole lot of like easy opportunity to get some air and do a bunch of tricks in the air. So it's just like the hardest fucking thing possible. We were trading off, trying to get this gold medal, ripping our hairs out until I was just like, I'm fucking done. I can't fucking do this. This is fucking impossible. And she fucking just nails it. She nails it. I could not believe, like, this was probably one of the hardest gaming fucking accomplishments I could think of. I've 100%ed Sekiro. I've 100%ed Elden Ring. I've almost 100%ed Lies of P. These are like the hardest games I've ever played in my life, and I could not fucking get the gold medal in Alaska in fucking or was it even Alaska? I don't know. The final map of Show Off of SSX Tricky, and my fiance, the kind of gamer, was able to do it because that's how much she loves this game. That's how much we played this game together. That's how much she's played it throughout her life, and her love for this game just like bled into me, and I love it so much for that. And we still like go back to it and play it, and I love it.
Fuck yeah. That's... I don't know what to say. That fucking rules.
In like any other list, spot 11 is like the saddest possible spot for a game to be in, but I'm so happy for SSX Tricky to be in spot 11, because like I said at the beginning of this rant, I don't think it belongs in the top 10 as a game as itself, but as an experience that I had with my fiance, it was fucking amazing.
Hell yeah. That's... Fuck. That's great. I do not have a good thing to transition of, but this is the 11th game, meaning we are now entering the top 10. What say we fucking say every game we have so far?
All right. So from 53 to 31 in this order, we have Mario and Luigi Brothership, the worst game of 2025. Battlefield 6, the second worst game of 2025. Pizza Deathlivery, Mage Arena, Evolution Skateboarding, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, Backpack Hero, The Last Ori Crew, Borderlands 4, Going Under, Megabonk, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, Elden Ring Nightreign, Arc Raiders, Split Fiction, Wordplay, Avowed, Uncharted Golden Abyss, Zombieville USA 3D, Fields of Mistria, RV There Yet, Sonic Rumble, and Samurai Western.
And starting 30, we have Super Mega Baseball 3, Shogun Showdown, The Finals, Ape Escape 3, Town to City, Hades 2, Unfinished Swan, Tearaway, a game about digging a hole, 100 Line Last Defense Academy, Gods Will Be Watching at number 20, Sonic Racing Crossworlds, Onimusha Warlords, UFO 50, Metal Gear Acid, Persona 3 Portable, Indika, Dokapon Kingdom, Tekken 8, and SSX Tricky at number 11. The remaining games are, in alphabetical order, 1000X Resist, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Hollow Knight Silksong, Ico, Lies of P Overture, Metal Gear Solid 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, Peak, Shadow of the Colossus, and Uma Musume, Pretty Derby.
I honestly don't think this is going to be as hard as we have been hyping up. I think this is going to be kind of easy. I think there's a single game on this top 10 that will be difficult to talk about, but I don't think the rest of it's going to be that hard.
Yeah, word.
I am saying that at the 5 hour and 14 minute mark. Let's see if that's gonna age poorly.
All right. I think I have a. So this is your pick. Go ahead.
How are we feeling about Peak at number 10?
I'm feeling just fine with Peak at number 10.
Okay. Peak is a great game. It is the third game by Aggro Crab, a developer I love despite how low I ranked their first game on this list. It is an entry into the friend slop genre that I appreciate so much because it gives you a friend slop game that has an actual game in it. And it also innovates in a way that I love, where part of the appeal of the friend slop genre is watching and listening to your friends die in horrible ways. And that is certainly a thing that happens in Peak. It is so fucking funny when your friend slips and falls 5,000 feet to their death, and you hear their screams get quieter and quieter as they fall. But when they die, they are not gone. They follow you around as a ghost, and so you get to continue hanging out with your friends even when they are dead or when you are dead, and keep climbing the mountain. And you get to these points where between biomes where you can stop and revive any of the friends that are dead, and it works on every level for me. I think this is a friend swap game that has a game so good that I have even played the game solo. I really like the game.
I've played this game with my sister, and we've had just some great fucking laughs. I mean, yeah, seeing your sibling just fall to their deaths as you try and catch them, it's just it's just really fucking funny. The only, like, we haven't played much of this game, and that's just because we have an issue ourselves of making time to play together. Like, we are both very introverts, and yeah. And the only gripe I have with this game is that, like, you can't make a single climb or something. Like, you go through the first island and then the second island starts, and we never have the energy to go through a full playthrough kind of thing.
It is fucking long to get to the top of the mountain for sure.
So, like, yeah, that's the only gripe I have with this game, is that you can't just do a 2-hour solid session. You need to play longer than that. But still, it is much more involved in the way. Like, I expected, as you said, a friend slop, something that you play and laugh about. I didn't expect to be this game to be this tense and this atmospheric, and how much, like, stakes he puts on the decisions you need to make as a player. Like, it's genuinely a great video game.
All right, so that is Peak at number 10. It is your turn for number 9.
We have only bangers from now on.
Yes.
But I feel like there is one that stands out that shouldn't go any further because of big issues.
That's the one I was afraid of. I'm not ready to let that go yet. I'm sorry. It's not
Monster
going.
Hunter Wilds.
It's not going. It's not going yet.
That's really interesting. We will get into it.
I will happily throw it a sacrifice to protect Monster Hunter Wilds.
Okay.
Number 9 is going to be going to Metal Gear Solid 2. Have you played this game? Have you played any Metal Gear game?
I have not played any Metal Gear game.
We're also kind of at the point in this list where, other than some really personal stuff, we're kind of reaching the point where it's like, what the fuck can I say about this game that hasn't been said already? And that's how I feel about Metal Gear Solid 2. That's part of why I think, like, this top 10 is going to be easier than we think it might be. What the fuck do you say about Metal Gear Solid 2 that hasn't been said? It's an incredibly prolific game. It's debatable on how accurate this is, but it basically, like, predicted the fucking era of, like, fake news and social media slop that we live in today, and it did this in 2001, which you could argue it was kind of already happening a little in 2001, but that's beyond the point. It takes some massive fucking swings. It's a Kojima game for better and for worse. And when it's for the better, it's so fucking amazing, and I fucking love it so much. Like I've said before multiple times on this podcast, both in our main show and in this episode already, this is a game where I didn't really, like, have much fun actually playing it, but I appreciate it so much as a piece of art and as, like, something to think about, that my interest in it and my passion for it far outweighed the, like, me kind of wanting to get through the gameplay to get to the next story beat. And I love it for it. I love this game.
Great. I've my experience with Metal Gear Solid 2 is only through the there is a video, I don't remember which YouTube channel, but it's one that talks about how like certain narrative, how like the top 10 games that change the way narratives are made or whatever. And he talks about Nier Automata, about Dark Souls, and it also talks about Metal Gear Solid 2. And yeah, it's I guess it's one of those things that I feel like I should scholarly experience also for myself.
This is like, if you are like me and you like treat the act of playing games as a scholarly activity, this is a game you need to play.
Definitely.
At least a few hours of, you know.
It's one of the reasons why I want to start, I don't know, quitting my job and seeing what I can do with my free time. That's more productive than yeah. It'd be like that.
It'd be like that.
Metal Gear Solid 2 is at number 9 of our top games of 2025. What a weird ass list. I'm so glad we included the old games.
Me too.
But also, Jesus Christ, I am dying over here. So for the record, like, so on my end of things, it is now midnight and 10 minutes. I usually get to bed at 10 p.m. What's currently keeping me alive, I have some clementines that I smell the skin of, big agrums in my nose. It's genuinely... I was considering getting a cup of coffee, despite the potential of it ruining my sleep, but the fucking agrum in my nose is doing perfectly the job.
Yeah, last night for me, this morning for Victor, we were talking about like how much time we were allotting to record this podcast, and you said like we're probably going to record for 2 hours, and I was like, there's no fucking way. But even then, I did not expect to be saying this at the 5 hour and 24 minute mark. And to be fair, at least like half an hour of that is probably the technical difficulties we were having earlier.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's only half an hour of 5.5 hours. So this is going to be a doozy. All right. Number 8. This is my turn for another elimination. Oh, man. I'm not suggesting this go now. No, you know, I'm not even gonna bring this up. Number 8 is gonna go to Shadow of the Colossus. This is a fucking amazing game. Once again, what can you say that hasn't been said? Where this falls shorter for me, this is another game where I'm like, I'm glad I didn't play this when I was a kid in the PS2 era, because it would have made me the most annoying fucking person in the world. But also, I feel that, but also playing this game, I like mourned for my childhood self that I didn't experience this yet, which has been a lot of my experience diving into the PS2. I would say that about Metal Gear Solid 2. I would say that about Onimusha Warlords, which like is a game I didn't even know existed until this year, but like I know if I had played it when I was like 10, it would have been my personality. And combining that with the doomerism brought upon me of modern gaming, between the broken state of AAA games and the winning genres I am not a fan of that are overwhelmingly being made in the indie space, going back to the PS2, which is a console I'm nostalgic for, but I'm not even playing games I'm nostalgic for. I'm playing the games that I wish I was nostalgic for, if that makes any sense. It's been an amazing experience, and Shadow of the Colossus is one of those amazing experiences. I think like where it falls below some of the other stuff that's still here is purely on the fact that there are, I think, I want to say 16 colossi in this game, or maybe it's 13, I don't know, but for the last like third of the colossi I was definitely not having any fun fighting them. um but you know, I was still moved and invested enough in the aesthetic and the story and just the tone that you find yourself in playing this game that I was compelled to move forward. And I even like, though I wasn't enjoying fighting them, I was still able to appreciate the design that went into them. This is a game where I immediately wanted to buy the PS4 remake and play that, because I
Damn.
feel like the last few colossi that I didn't have fun fighting would be more fun if the game was less jank and wasn't running at 11 frames per second, because frankly it's a miracle that this game is runnable on the PS2 at all.
Yeah. But hell yeah. I don't have anything to say about Shadow of the Colossus except the same thing I said about Metal Gear Solid 2. I should probably play this.
Yes, you should.
Man. Okay, we need to talk about Monster Hunter Wilds.
I'm not ready.
No, but okay, I am surprised that you are willing to let it go, like to make it go for this much longer. Because for the viewer's context, I'm the big Monster Hunter guy here.
Yep.
Monster Hunter is my favorite video game franchise. I've started playing with Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. I've then played Generations, the first one. Then I have played, in this order, I have played then Monster Hunter World, then Generations Ultimate, then 4 Ultimate. And then there was Rise. Anyway, it was this. The main thing is that I've played a lot of Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. It is one of my favorite games ever. And I remember being just in utter shock when it was announced that there was going to be an HD Monster Hunter World that was announced. I was like, this game that I've spent my life playing on 3DS with the fucking shitty graphics, like, it's going to come out in HD. And yeah, it is. If I keep going like this, I'm going to talk about the whole history of the franchise. Let's not.
Okay.
It's 5 hours and 30 minutes already. But let's just say I am really invested in it, and Monster Hunter Wilds, I was so hyped for it. I was so hyped about what it was bringing on the table, about how it was marketing itself as more than just the new Monster Hunter game, but as like a Monster Hunter game that would dramatically change things around. And it ended up getting overwhelmingly negative on Steam, and for good reasons. And I'm going to just get out my hour count. 240 hours of Monster Hunter Wilds. This may seem like a lot, but Monster Hunter World, I have played. So of the base game, not with counting the Iceborne DLC, which the DLCs are all very important for the Monster Hunter games, but like I've played the base Monster Hunter World for 350 hours or something. I think the bottom line here of what I'm trying to get out is, like, as a Monster Hunter veteran, quote unquote, I don't really like that term, but whatever. I've disliked Wild on several levels. Not to the point where I hate it, but I think there are some really big issues with it. And I wonder how you, Jacob, feel about, like, I expected to have to let go of Monster Hunter Wilds early for kind of the same reason that Borderlands 4, as like, oh, AAA uh, technical disaster. Tell me how you feel about them Wilds.
I will say my piece on Wilds specifically in a when we're finally letting it go, but I'm not ready to finally let it go, and part of my justification for this that I want to get to even before I say my piece on Wilds is that this is our list, and there are 2 games on here that only I have played that I would be willing to get rid of before Monster Hunter Wilds, even though, like, I think they're objectively better games than Wilds. I would my sentimentality towards Wilds paired with this being a combo list, I would get rid of my solo games before Wilds, even though Wilds is kind of objectively a worse game.
This is a really funny situation because on my end, I refuse to let go of a certain game that only I have played pretty much before Wilds. So
that's fine. That's okay.
Fine. Okay, then here we go. How do you feel?
I feel fine.
All right.
I'm gonna eliminate 2 games right now, even though Lies of P Overture is my number 2 of the year. I am willing to not even bring it into the top 5 if that's what has to be done.
That's insane, but I'm not going to fight you on it.
I will ask that you maybe extend the same grace and consider the fact that this is our list and how negative my feelings are on a certain game that we have both played that is still here. But I went into this expecting that there's no way it was falling out of the top 5, even though I kind of hate it. Number 7 is going to go to Eco, placed a single space above Shadow of the Colossus, which is where it belongs. Eco was the first game made by Team Eco, Shadow of the Colossus being the second one. And going back to, like, if I played this as a kid, I would be the most annoying person ever. I'm doing that right now with how much I love Eco more than Shadow of the Colossus because I'm a contrarian and everyone loves Shadow of the Colossus, and people love Eco, but not the same way Shadow of the Colossus is universally loved. But that whole section I was talking about in Shadow of the Colossus where I had basically stopped having fun but was still appreciating things on a conceptual and design level, I never had that with Eco. I loved Eco so much from start to end. There wasn't a single moment of it, at least once I got a handle on the combat, that I wasn't feeling like I was playing one of the best video games I've ever played. It's simple. You're holding hands with your barefoot white girl, which is something Fumito Ueda clearly loves based on this and Shadow of the Colossus. And it's just so my man. I lost train of thought. It's just this really sweet game. And I fucking love it. It's aesthetically perfect, mechanically perfect. Everything about it is so good. Everything about it works with each other. I love it. It's an amazing game.
Okay. I mean, honestly, I didn't think you would feel more strongly about Eco than you would about Lies of P.
Oh, I don't. Lies of P has not been eliminated yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said the 2 games, and so I jumped the gun here. Okay.
No,
so Eco.
So Eco goes out at number 7.
I think Eco is fine as it is where Shadow of the Colossus is. It was technically my pick, but this is your pick at number 6.
Mm-hmm.
I am willing to sacrifice you Hollow Knight Silksong.
Really?
It is a very strange situation, but here's the thing. You reminded me earlier, but like, we have a lot of things in common with the rest of the list that we do not have with Silksong. I fucking loved Silksong. I think... Here's the thing. Hollow Knight Silksong, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, 1000X Resist. Those 3 games that I've played this year are in my top 10 games of all times. Like, this is why I was like really nervous going into this final section.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I guess we'll see how we sort out our feelings about those, but I was so not expecting Silksong to give me a compelling narrative. I was so not expecting Silksong to be not Hollow Knight, to be something else. And to just like give me an actual powerful feelings. But Silksong is also an uncompromising game. It's pristine and sharp and relentless in what it expects from the player. And I've been victim of that too. I was at some point where I was like, I like quickly looked something on the internet because I was just like, is this what we are doing? And I basically got confirmed that yes, this is what we are doing. And since this is our list, and well, there is only so much I can carry on Silksong alone, even though we've both played it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it's because we've both played it.
Yeah.
And that you completely bounced off of it, that I think this is where it should land.
You would eliminate it before Uma Musume?
Yeah. I mean, in the sense that, like, I think I can talk to you and you can... I guess we are at the point where we need to also have conversations before we make choices. But, like, to me, Uma Musume isn't just about the game itself, but it's also about the franchise Uma Musume.
For sure.
About the movie Uma Musume, Beginning of a New Era. It may seem unfair, but I have a strong argument for it because it's all what Uma Musume is doing with its weird ass fucking concept as a franchise. And I can't echo with you on Ico or on Lies of P Overture, but with all the rest, except Silksong, I can.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's where we are, huh? Damn.
Hollow Knight Silksong makes it into the even sadder spot than spot 11. It makes it into spot number 6 on our 2025 Game of the Year list.
If I ever get shot over something, it will be this list.
What a list to get shot over, man.
Yeah. What a list to get shot over.
I'll say my piece on Silksong. I came in this ready to let it be number 2 of the year. Honestly, that I came into it ready for that. Even though I hate it, I can acknowledge that is an objectively amazing game. It's just not for me. And we've talked about it a little because you've been playing Tunic recently. Not enough to feel compelled to put it on this list, but you were playing through Tunic, which is a game I fucking love, one of my favorite games of all time, and going like, why do you love Tunic when when the cool things it's doing are like the same things that are cool that Hollow Knight Silksong is doing? And for me, like, I finally got my answer because I've been wondering the same thing too. in a recent Min-Max podcast episode where they basically said like, oh, well, the thing with Hollow Knight is that it's a platformer first. And that clicked in my head immediately of like, oh yeah, I fucking hate 2D platformers. No wonder I can't stand playing this game. I will go back to Hollow Knight Silksong. I just got my Steam Deck. It's going to be one of the first things I install on it. I can't promise it's going to be one of the first things I play on it, but I will go back to it, and I will give it another shot. And I probably will fall off even harder than I did and hate it even more than I do now. But maybe I won't. And I think part of what was so cool about Silksong and why I even gave it a shot, because I already hated Hollow Knight proper, is that it felt like it was doing something different. And even in the beginning parts of the game, I could feel that it was doing something different and something I was liking. I just I could not get past the platformer Metroidvania of it in order to find the things I appreciated about it.
Hey, your persistence reminds me of Hornet.
And I fucking wish I could love Hornet as much as people do. She's such a cool character.
Cheers. Sean, I got it. 6 is just a number, and I'm fine with Hollow Knight Silksong being here. Because it's our fucking top 5 to get shot over.
It sure is. And even though it is your turn, I will offer the next game. Unless you are okay with Uma Musume here. But I don't expect you to be.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Even though Lies of P Overture is my number 2 of the year, I am willing to let it go here. Depending on the day and how I'm feeling that day, if you asked me what my favorite game of all time is, it may very well be Lies of P. And Lies of P is a Souls-like by Not From Software, and not only is it by far the best Souls-like that has ever come from a studio that was not From Software, but also, in my opinion, it's one of the best Souls-likes, even considering every From Software game. And in classic Souls-like From Software fashion, the DLC is the best parts of the base game and more of that. And it's all the best parts of Lies of P that there is. Overture is such a fucking cool expansion. It's complex enough, it's deep enough, it's long enough that it is its own game in its own right. And I fucking love it. I have felt very few times this year playing a game like I was just so appreciative that games existed and that there were still new things to do in a game that I haven't seen, and ways to innovate in games that I love that I haven't seen before. And Lies of P Overture doubles down on the way that Lies of P proper does, to the nth degree. It is a fucking phenomenal game. I would say, even if you're not a generally Souls-like guy, Lies of P, for me, enters the pantheon of Shadow of the Colossus and Metal Gear Solid 2 and games of that ilk as a game you need to play if you want to experience the medium in a scholarly fashion. And Overture is the best content there is in Lies of P.
All right. I've kind of bounced off Elden Ring. It was my first Souls-like, and I still played 20, 30 hours of it, I think. I ended up bouncing off it because it didn't feel like... Damn, I played 65 hours of it.
Elden Ring's just that kind of game, man. I've played 300 hours of it, and it's one of my least favorite Souls-like games.
I don't know, at some point I was not sure where to advance, and I wasn't feeling like I was like my character was getting stronger. It felt like every enemies were challenges, and that was a really good thing for a while because that meant I could go anywhere and not really worry about stuff. And then eventually it was unsatisfactory. I was like, why bother making it an RPG? Why the numbers are meaningless? And I just don't really want to touch that game. Really, I want to have those same controls and to play a kind of linear game. This is why I really want to play Bloodborne. And you know what? Even all Dark Souls, but Lies of P sounds like you know what? You think this game runs on Steam Deck?
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Here's my first hot take that I will have on this episode. Lies of P is better than Bloodborne infinitely.
Infinitely?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And Bloodborne is a fucking amazing game, don't get me wrong. But Lies of P? Come on, man. It's one of the best damn games ever made. You know, you were talking about with Hollow Knight Silksong, like during that speech, how a bunch of the games that are still on this list are some of the top 10 games of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel the same way. And Lies of P is part of that.
Holy shit. All right.
Okay, so we find ourselves at number 4, and it is your turn.
I feel like we know what's going to be in number 2.
We know what's going to be number 2 specifically?
Number 2
Or
and
do you
number
mean our
1.
top
Number
2?
2 and number 1, I mean.
Okay.
We know what's going
So
we know who is going to be in the top 2, I mean.
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. To me, like, number 3 and 4, like, again, I didn't expect Wilds to go this far. I knew I was going, from the get-go, that I was going to fight for Musume to be in the top 5. I have strong feelings. And you know what? I think I need to actually, like, I'm just going to do my pitch for Musume, and you will just do your pitch on Wilds, and we will go from here, I think.
Okay.
So Umamusume Pretty Derby is a silly gacha game where you play as a trainer for the Umamusumes, which are a personified real-life racing horses, all of them girls with weird horse ears that wear cleats on their racing shoes to do some actual horse-like racing. It's a game that functions effectively as a roguelike. I've never heard before of gacha games that work as roguelikes. I'm not super into gacha games. My sister is. She plays tons of gacha games, and she has never ever played a gacha game that functions as a roguelike. Effectively, what this game is at its core loop is you do a run, your different characters, you know, your archetypes to play your roguelike or whatever. Here it is just your Umamusume, and you build a deck with different support cards, which are other Umamusume characters just in the form of, well, a collectible card. You do your run. Your gameplay is that you need to choose when to train, what to train. Is it your speed, your endurance, your power? Should you rest? When there are events with choices, which choice do you make so that there is a certain stat or whatever that is upgraded? And it kind of works like a management game where you're trying to make the right decision and wait on your risks, and your Umamusume gets stronger, and then it is time for her to race after a few days, and when the race starts, you can do nothing. The point of this game is as you play as the trainer, you do your choices, but when the race starts, you can't do anything. All you can do is watch your Umamusume race against other Umamusumes. This core will be true for years to come as the game grows. We know that because, well, the game has already been out in Japan since 2021, so actually 4 years. Jesus. Time. That's pretty much it. But what the fuck is up with this game? What the fuck is up with this game? Why do I feel so strongly about it? Like, there are several things. For one, I'm just a sucker for numbers. I'm a micromanaging freak, I guess. It just clicks with me to play a roguelike that's focused on managing stats and energies and measuring your chances and trying to come up with the best result overall. Not only that, but there is also some PvP included in the game, meaning that once you finish your run, your Umamusume ends up with certain stats. You can make this Umamusume with those stats race over players' Umamusumes, and that means there is like different. There is only one main game mode in your gacha game. It's the career mode where you do your runs, but the thing is, depending on your objective of what you want from this run, is it a competitive PvP UMA? Is it you want to reach the highest score so that you can get some achievements that give you the in-game currency? Is it you want to get to win as many races as possible because it gives you resources to upgrade your UMAs out of the game? Like, it's just the game in itself just fucking rules, in my opinion. And now I guess I want to talk about the movie Umamusume Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era. We started watching the Umamusume's animes with my sister, just to make sure for the listener. Umamusume Pretty Derby started as a game. The animes and the mangas are side content. This isn't the game that's been made about the anime. It's the other way around. And long story short, the animes, the seasons overall are fine. Season 3 is kinda garbage. Season 2 is interesting because it puts into perspective what it's like when you try to adapt the real life story of a horse into an anime, because there are things that happen in the real life story of a racing horse that you just will never come up with in a classical sports drama anime. So that's really interesting, and it's actually another reason why I guess like everyone is rooting for favorite Umas. Is just you want everyone to win. But moving on to the movie, there was a movie before that, and we thought it was shit, and then this was basically the last things we needed to go through with my sister, and we were afraid that it was going to be a bummer because like we were really hyped about the characters that were going to be in this movie. And we watched it, and that movie changed my life. I think I could rant for an hour about this movie, but this isn't the podcast for that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a movie that anyone can watch. Jacob, you played the game, but you bounced off it. You got heavily judged by your fiancée while at it. She did a drive-by. She did a drive-by murder, from what I understand.
She did a "what kind of pervert game are you playing right now?" drive-by.
But then you made her watch the movie.
Yeah, I love that movie too. It's really good.
Hell yeah. And so there is a main character in this movie. It's the horse for Jungle Pocket, and she wasn't in the game before, so this is literally her first appearance in the franchise. Just to wrap this up, like Umamusume is at the end of the day a game about just girls getting buffed, having some rivalries here and there, but it's never toxic because, like, it's still a game about real life horses, and they ask for permissions for it. So, like, they can't have a horse girl become a villain or something.
Mm-hmm.
And despite just how edgeless this idea sounds, just like how you could be like, well, it's just a figure front for a bunch of business, of horse racing, of people making gambles and whatever. The result is just like, I don't know what was going on through the mind of the creative people with the ideas and shit, but like what you result with is just the story of a bunch of girls that are trying their best, that are training themselves to become better, and that are facing the orders of just sometimes injury or depression, facing their career, and how they come to terms with that and their life goals. And that echoed with me strongly as I'm thinking about my future and how much I want to get a hold of my life, even if it means giving up on a comfortable job that gives me good money, just because it isn't what I want to do with my life. Even though, from a logical standpoint, that's the logical move to do to, survive in this world.
Mm-hmm.
If there is something that I took from the Umamusume movie, Beginning of a New Era, is it's not trying to tell you just, oh, don't give up no matter what. It's a movie that takes you by the shoulder and tries to tell you with the most supporting tone possible, this is what happens when you stop pursuing the goals you set for yourselves in life. And what happens is dark places and regrets, and trying to pursue the light no matter what out of this is in itself worth pursuing, even if you don't end up getting that goal. The sole act of trying to pursue your goal is worth enough. That's my speech for Uma Musume Pretty Derby.
And it was a very good one. And now I must give my pitch for Wilds getting to number 3. And we've been having some technical difficulties. My mic has been cutting out, so while it's being recorded on Audacity, it is not reaching Victor all the time. So sometimes he is not able to hear some of this. And this may very well happen while I'm delivering my pitch, and he'll just have to hear it in the episode.
Yeah, go for it.
When I was 12 years old, I uploaded my first AMV to YouTube. AMV meaning anime music video. This was an edit of the final fight between Naruto and Sasuke and the final value of part 1 of Naruto, edited to the song Famous Last Words by My Chemical Romance. It was a shit AMV, horribly edited in Windows Movie Maker, and nobody saw it. And it's not even on YouTube anymore. When I was 27, I made another AMV and I uploaded it on YouTube. It was a Cyberpunk Edgerunners AMV with the 100 Gex remix of One Step Closer by Linkin Park. It was not the most I have ever worked on an AMV at that point, but it was pretty close. I worked really fucking hard on that AMV, and I posted it on YouTube, and I shared it in the Super Eyepatch Wolf Discord server.
Shit.
In the Share Your Stuff creative chat, whatever it's called. And someone messaged me asking for advice on the first AMV they wanted to make. They were making an AMV for Freerin using a song that, forgive me, I do not remember the name of. And they asked me for some advice on how to make it. They would send me their progress, and I would go, yeah, this is really good, especially for a first. Like, here's some other stuff you can do that I think would make it even better. And so he made this AMV, and he posted it, and it was epic. I was so proud. And every once in a while, we would message each other, like, hey, here's this creative thing I'm working on. What do you think about it? Sometimes months would go by, and I think we both would kind of get hit with creative ruts. Just because of life, it happens. And when your whole relationship with somebody is kind of sharing your creative projects with each other, those creative hits mean, or those creative ruts mean you don't have a relationship for that period of time. But one day we decided to, like, play this game we had kind of talked about called BattleBit Remastered, which is like a Roblox, a ripoff of Battlefield. And it's pretty fucking sick, but it's like, it's fine. It's a game we could hang out with each other in a little bit, and experience the chaos of the game together, but it's like, it's not really conducive to, like, connecting, you know? And then one day, he goes, hey, this new game is coming out in my favorite video game franchise. Do you want to play it with me? And this is Monster Hunter Wilds. And I had played Monster Hunter World. I had played Monster Hunter Rise just a little bit, and I was not a big fan. But, you know, I thought, I like this guy. We don't like hang out that much or talk that much, but like, you know, I'll give it another go. You know, it's a good excuse to hang out with this dude a little more. Uh, and so I even say that I'm not that into Monster Hunter, but I'll give it a chance for him. And this guy fucking buys the game for me. And that's kind of crazy. I was like really appreciative of it. I was like, damn, he's passionate enough about this game. He's passionate enough about like hanging with me. He's willing to spend that money to buy me that game. Okay. I'll play with it with him for a little. And this game is so bad in so many ways. Despite having a core that is so good, as we've discussed previously, it has so much that drags it down in its inherent design, whether it be the roadblocks placed in front of you in order to play with the person you're trying to play, the roadblocks placed upon it by its absolute dogshit optimization on PC, making it an extremely frustrating game to even launch, let alone like get into a match of. But when you do get into that match, it's like a euphoric experience. It is an incredible game. And not only that, but, you know, I was playing this game and sometimes I kind of appreciated how awful it was, how long it took to get to even be able to hunt a monster, how long I had to sit in a Discord chat while my shaders compiled before we could even play the game, because it just gave us like a little time to chat. And I could feel not only was this game allowing me to fall in love with the Monster Hunter experience. Since then, I have gone back to play a bunch of other Monster Hunter games, at least dabbled in them. I look forward immensely to the future of the franchise, even though this game, for so many people, have been sort of a doom warning on what the games could be going forward. But also, I was getting connected to you, and I fucking love you, man. And this game only isn't my number one when I think of like it as a game. But as a game, I'm most appreciative that came out this year and that I played this year. Even Clair Obscur Expedition 33, which is one of the best fucking games ever made, doesn't even come close.
Squee? Man.
So there you go.
For some reason, I didn't. Huh.
And it is weird because you are the Monster Hunter guy. And I can see how ass this game is through that lens.
I didn't even really appreciate like the experience of knowing each other through Monster Hunter Worlds, even though you're like, what is time? I did not even. It is like I forgot. You really took me down memory lane here. I forgot we would just talk every few months in between. I started working on the free reign IMV. The song is Lighthouse, by the way. I've started working on the free reign IMV as I started the job that I have currently, which I'm trying to get out of. And I guess I guess 2.5 years has passed, and 240 hours of Monster Hunter Wilds have passed, and I don't even know when is it, how much we've been hanging out in terms of quantity of hours or whatever between the finals and Monster Hunter Wilds and shit. But like, it's I don't know what it says about me that I completely like just passed over the idea that like Monster Hunter Wilds as an experience was also us connecting with each other, because I guess in my mind like I kind of melted everything bit together of how, oh, I guess this person kind of entered in my life as someone that matters to me and that like I want to spend more time with.
It is like, it is one of those things where it would have happened, it would have been something else, but in this timeline it was Monster Hunter Wilds.
In this timeline it was Monster Hunter Wilds. And in every timeline I can say that I love you, man.
I love you too.
Jeez. It's so embarrassing. But
Whatever.
Embrace the cringe. Become the cringe. Cringe is life.
Cringe is life. If you are not cringing, you are not living.
Yeah. Word. Now I'm in the position where I need to argue for Mamusume against our friendship.
Yeah, what do you prefer?
No, you won the moment you pronounced those first two sentences, and I realized where you were going. Like, and I'm not fighting that. Somehow, some way, even though Monster Hunter Wilds betrays all my expectations and does a bunch of things that I don't like and makes me anxious about the state's future, somehow, some way, it allows me to meet someone that I can call currently my best friend, and end up in our top 3 at 3.
And that is just how good these top 2 games are, that they're even better than meeting your best friend.
Yeah, okay.
At number 4, we have Uma Musume Pretty Derby. And at number 3, we have Monster Hunter Wilds. All right, I think this is pretty easy. 1,000 Times Resist number 2, Clair Obscur number 1, right?
Jacob, I told you that they would all be in my top 10 games of all time. Jacob, you know I'm a fucking theater kid.
Oh no! But you're also
Jacob.
French!
Yeah, I'm also French. Jacob, also, I have a issue that an issue, it's not really an issue, but I've never really talked to you about it. You remember how I went on this rant about Aline's song in Clair Obscur? You need to know that when I go at a friend's house, or not someone that's my friend, but like, for example, me and my sister, we go in the south, and she's going to meet a friend, and I tag along because I have no one else to go with. And I go with her, and I'm like, so I can hang out with the others in the house. And I will very quickly befriend the mom. And that happens a lot. I just befriend 40, 50-year-old women. That's I don't know why. It just happens.
That's pretty badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, I can't take credit or whatever because it's that's just what I do. And my sister, like when my sister first remarked on it, I was like, this is a coincidence and whatever. But between how strongly I felt about Aline's and her struggle in Clair Obscur 33, but then there was 1,000 X Resist. And in our Gods Will Be Watching, we mentioned the line that hit you the most in 1,000 X Resist. As you know, we were talking about side content and stuff, was the dad and their conversation, and how we said, no, they will never be able to say it was always this way when referring to the Hong Kong protest. And I got to that scene too in 1000 Exorcist, and it hit me the hardest of any scene yet. And I was like, damn, I get it. And to me, that was the hardest scene that hit me. And that was until another scene of 1000 Exorcist, where Iris and her mom talk for the first time since Iris left in the staircase. And that's when the line that hit me the most happened. It doesn't matter. Just those 3 words, I've just been thinking about it since. To give a bit of context, it's like, I don't want to spoil 1000 Exorcist, but it's like, we both know what scene we're talking about, you know?
Of
it's
course.
like, this horrible stuff happened in your life. It doesn't matter. This is how you feel and how you will feel for the rest of your life. It doesn't matter. This person close to you has gone away and it will never be the same again. It doesn't matter. It's not, it doesn't matter in a nihilistic way. I think it's it doesn't matter coming from this woman that has been through so much of her life and that's in the middle of the apocalypse and that is still kind of just kicking. What this line to me means is like, in the context, the things that happen to you and the things that you feel, they do not define what you needs to be doing. Knowing how much this character has spite inside of her and anger and trauma, and seeing her with this amount of confidence just made me go like, as someone who's constantly angry on the inside and that just doesn't know how to cope with that in real life, because I'm not the kind of person that just screams at people. I'm just not that guy. Like, I wish I could fuel all of the spites, the infinite amount of spites that this woman has, and being able to convert it into grit the way she does. And that's why it doesn't matter. Because you have to fucking keep going.
1,000 times even.
1,000 fucking times. That being said, I also fucking love Clair Obscur. Here's what I think Clair Obscur is being talked about enough, and I think if you're listening to this podcast, there is a 95% chance that you either played the game or watch someone else play the game or watch a video essay about the game. I think it's a solid bet considering who our audience is going to be.
Or if you're my fiance listening to this, then you've heard me tell you about it over and over again, and you've experienced me screaming "Je t'aime" at you about 1 million times.
All that.
I really hope I peeked the shit out of the microphone there.
I think you did. I can tell you that Discord didn't pick it because of probably Discord shit, but I'm sure it's great in Audacity. What I love the most about about Clair Obscur is the fact that I can tell it's an Unreal Engine game. I can tell that I've worked with this engine. I can tell the basic 3D model for the character controller that they've used. I can tell that the mesh itself isn't too different from the models of the basic gestuals, at least some of them. I can tell how the foliage systems work. I can tell how it doesn't work. I can tell why is it that you see things loading in real time the way it does. I can see that it's a game made by a team that's fairly inexperienced, that hasn't really owned like their own technical graphism things. I like all of this because despite what would seem said like that are red flags for a game, despite this, like, the direction of the game is so clear, it is so full of will, it is so determined to just do the stuff it sets out to do. When you start a dialogue in Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and it's not that dialogue isn't a cinematic, the camera will do a different angle, and then you will continue the dialogue, and sometimes the camera will do a hard cut to another angle. And this is the most simple fucking thing. This is the most basic, I don't know, cinematography thing, but games don't do that these days. They're focused on bullshit. I don't know how else to put it. Bullshit. When Clair Obscur Expedition 33, despite of how puny it even feels and how puny it technically is, it cuts out the bullshit. It cuts out the bullshit so fucking hard that it got Game of the Year award, I think. And it fully deserves it. Like, I don't know what else to say about this game that hasn't been said already. Just that direction and will and talent alone is in fact enough to make a good-ass video game. Like, I could point out at a bunch of problems on Clair Obscur Expedition 43 of like how it scales too quickly after Act 2, of how the UI is bad when you pick the curios, of how even I would argue that even the Picto system could be reworked or whatever. I don't think if these things were fixed, quote unquote, the game would be better, or at least that I would have had this much of a different experience with the game, because that's not what the core of Clair Obscur is. Because it's more than a game, it's a piece of art.
Yes,
and what a
sir.
fucking piece of art.
I don't even know how to like follow that up. Either one of these games are in contender for one of the best games ever made. Either of these games will be heartbreaking to put at number 2. I agree entirely with everything you said. But the only thing that squeezes out Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for me over 1,000 Times Resist is... So these are both games that really stand out to me in genres I generally do not prefer. I generally am not a big JRPG guy. I generally am not a visual novel guy. But both of these are made by people who clearly love these genres, clearly love the stories they can tell. In Clair Obscur's case, the mechanics that can be implemented, but understand that they can be done better and they can be done in their own way, and they fucking do it. And these are both like newer teams. I don't think 1,000 Times Resist team had made a game before. I don't know that to be true. But like you said, you're a theater kid. The developers of this game are a fucking theater company, and it's a miracle that they made this game. And it just shows like how much can be done in the visual novel formula that no one else is fucking doing. No one else has done that. What 1,000 Times Resist can do. And no one else has done what Clair Obscur Expedition 33 can do in the JRPG space. And they both are so revolutionary in the way you play the game, and they are both so revolutionary in the stories they tell and the themes that they can tackle and what you can get out of them. They're just some of the best games ever fucking made. And me personally, it is a kind of clear 1,000 Times Resist 2, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 number 1. Just because like I prefer the gameplay of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. But if someone told me that they put 1,000 times resist over it, then I wouldn't even be mad. It's just one of the best fucking games ever made.
Yeah. Look, I'll be real with you. I mean, I mentioned earlier that like the fucking thing with the 40-year-old woman. It's another thing that I love about Clair Obscur is how economic, like you get almost no exposition from the Descender family, and yet you get so much who they are as people.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a kind of writing that I've never seen before, in the same way that 1000 Extras presented me a prose and a kind of writing that I've never seen before. Look, yeah, I think Clair Obscur Expedition 33 takes the first place. But I need to stress out just how close 1000 Extras is in my heart of hearts, just because it fucking rules. I also bought the soundtrack on Bootcamp.
Hell yeah.
Because it is a very quiet, discreet soundtrack. But there are actually as many titles as there are in Clair Obscur, despite not feeling like it. Yeah, it's fucking insane. Man, what a fucking year for games. Like, I cannot believe that there are 3 titles on there that have like as good soundtracks as each other, which in this case to me would be Hollow Knight, Silksong, Clair Obscur, and 1000 Extras. I mean, maybe I would say Silksong as maybe a little less better just because of how it's also the ambience when you play the game. But anyway, that's okay. Do we put it in stone?
Let's put it in stone, baby. At number 2, we have 1000 times resist. And at number 1, to nobody's surprise, if you follow gaming discourse in 2025, we have Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Whew, do we want to run down this whole list one more time?
Yes! The worst game of the year was Mario and Luigi Brothership, closely followed by Battlefield 6. Then, at number 53 of the... 51 at the best game of the year, we have Pizza Deathlivery, following by Mage Arena, Evolution Skateboarding, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, Backpack Hero, The Last Oricru, Borderlands 4, Going Under, Megabonk, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, Elden Ring Nightreign, Arc Raiders, Split Fiction, Wordplay, Avowed, Uncharted Golden Abyss, Zombieville USA 3D, Fields of Mistria, Early Access, RV There Yet, Sonic Rumble, Samurai Western, Super Mega Baseball 3, Shogun Showdown, The Finals, Ape Escape 3, Town to City, and Hades 2 at number 25.
And from there, we have Unfinished Swan, Tearaway, A Game About Digging a Hole, and 100-Line Defense Academy. At number 20, starting our top 20, we have Gods Will Be Watching, Sonic Racing Crossworlds, Onimusha Warlords, UFO 50, Metal Gear Acid, Persona 3 Portable, Indika, Dokapon Kingdom, Tekken 8, SSX Tricky, Peak, Metal Gear Solid 2, Shadow of the Colossus, Eco, Hollow Knight Silksong, Lies of P Overture, Uma Musume, Monster Hunter Wilds, 1000 Times Resist, and at our number 1, once again, we have Clair Obscur Expedition 33. What a list this is.
What a list to get shot over. That should be the pod title.
A list to be shot over.
Yeah,
I'm all
that's
in.
a good title. Legit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It's been almost 7 hours, which is
Yeah.
almost a full-time shift. And
Holy fucking shit.
what a 7 hours it's been.
Man, the escalation was real. I expected to only started to like preparing speech or whatever, or on the spot video essays to do on like starting top 5 or 3 or whatever. It was so unexpected, and my feeling, like, it was when I was put on the spot that the how I was really feeling about certain games came above the water, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I knew I wasn't feeling this hot on Hades 2, but if you had told me that it would have been at fucking 26 and that Underline Last Defense Academy was higher, and that, oh man, what a list to get shot over.
I can't believe Metal Gear Acid beat Hades 2. That's phenomenal. I love that for us.
Yeah.
I should have done this at the beginning, but I didn't know we would be recording for 7 hours before I decided to put the plug at the end. Our composer for the intro to this episode, and very likely many episodes going forward, is Lincoln Ennis. You can find him on YouTube. I will have his YouTube channel in the description. He is also the composer for the Terraria Macrocosm mod, which I believe is in some kind of early access right now. I'm not sure, but I'll have a link to that as well. Thank you so much, Lincoln. The music is fucking awesome, and I can't
Thanks,
wait
Lincoln.
for more.
Banger.
And also thank you for playing like half of these games with me this year. That was pretty epic of you. How we feeling?
Holy shit. That sure was a fucking 7-hour podcast. What the fuck?
Yeah. We were and will continue to be guys who will be talking.
That's right. Should we already said what the next game was, right?
Yeah.
This
is separate.
was supposed-
This is a separate thing.
Yeah, this is a separate thing. That,
This was a fun little spin-off that, yeah.
Fuck. My brain is melting and I need to get to bed. But
Yeah, go to bed.
This was definitely my experience of this year.
Same.
Recording this podcast with you.
This was amazing. This was the #1 game of the year.
That's right. The #1 game of the year was the podcast we made along the way.
Wow.
All right. This was top 2025 games of the year, a list to get shot over. We will be talking. In Guys Will Be Talking.
Perfectly put.
Hey,
wait a minute. What are you doing there? What? What about this list? No! And then I'm gonna add a gunshot sound, and then it'll be over.
Nice. Oh yeah, the fake out. Oh man, you're a genius.
Thank you.